The Committee on State Affairs come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Chairman King.
Here.
Vice Chair Hernandez. Anchia. Darby. Davis. Guerin. Ian. Hall. McQueenie. Metcalf. Phelan. Raymond. Smithy. Thompson. Turner.
We have a quorum. As a reminder, anyone present invited to testify before the committee will need to register at the kiosks located in the hallways behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact committee staff. For those who have registered to testify, please note that all public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes each, and the committee will be limiting the discussion to each charge to 2 hours. If you are unable to testify in this time period, we will be leaving the public comment portal open until Thursday, April 30th at 5 p.m. These comments will be posted to the committee's website after this time.
Do you want to do the registration again?
Huh?
Do you want to close registration again?
Yeah.
I'll probably write that up.
So,
You could just say we're going to close registration again.
and registration for public testimony will end at 12 p.m. Oh, let the record reflect that Chair McGeehan's here. Huh? And as a matter of housekeeping, at this time, I will refer State Affairs Charge Number 3 relating to poll attachments to the Subcommittee on Telecommunications and Broadband. Congratulations, Chairman Anchia. All right, let's get started. Oh. Just these three? All right, chair calls Barksdale English, Nathan Bigby, Benjamin Barkley. Did you, McQueenie, did you spill?
McQueenie had an accident with a sippy cup.
That's why I gave him a sippy cup after last session. Yeah, I did too. All right. I know. He's going to be a freshman forever. All right. Barksdale. What we're going to do is let you all make your opening statements, read you into the record, and we'll just go down the line. So we'll start with you. So for the records, please state your name and who you represent.
Good morning, Chairman King. My name is Barksdale English. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Public Utility Commission. Thanks for the invitation to be here this morning. And committee members, I'd like to take you through just a very high-level overview of the efforts that the Public Utility Commission has undertaken to implement all of the statutory provisions of Senate Bill 6 from the last session. Coming out of the summer last year, the PUC staff identified 5 separate rulemakings that we needed to implement Senate Bill 6. Hopefully you have in your Dropbox, and it may be being handed out right now, a hard copy of our roadmap for the Senate Bill 6 rulemakings. And just very briefly, I will touch on each of those rulemakings if that pleases you, sir, and happy to take any questions either during or afterwards at your leisure. So the first rulemaking that we've implemented is related to the net metering arrangements. Senate Bill 6, as you might recall, requires the Commission to review any arrangement between an existing generation resource and a new large load entering into the ERCOT market. And the Commission has the ability to approve, deny, or modify that arrangement with certain conditions if it deems that there is a risk to reliability. The Commission has adopted that rule. We did that back in March. The second rule that we've tackled is related to the large load forecasting, and this is a rule that we adopted in January, in March again, And what this does is it sets up a clear path for how ERCOT will use large load forecast data from the transmission and distribution utilities in order to inform its transmission planning and resource adequacy measures. The third rulemaking, which is currently underway, is related to interconnection standards for large loads. This effort is to standardize across all of the utilities in the ERCOT region the requirements for a large load to get interconnected into the ERCOT region. It's a very extensive rulemaking that right now we have a draft rule out for, actually the public comments were received early last week. And so my staff is going through those comments and synthesizing them, and we will be working to finalize a draft for the commissioner's review later this summer or perhaps in early September. The fourth rulemaking, which we have just launched, is related to a demand management service for large loads. In Senate Bill 6, the legislature provided that the large loads should be able to take part in a voluntary demand response program. And so we are working on the rules that would outline how that service will work and the parameters under which ERCOT will deploy it. We are in the scoping phase of that right now. We've received our first initial set of public feedback on kind of ideas about how to structure it, and we anticipate releasing the formal draft proposal hopefully in the middle of June. And finally, the rule that is the most comprehensive, most likely, and the one that is taking us the longest to get through because of its complexity is related to the evaluation of transmission cost recovery. Back in the summer last year, we engaged in several rounds of stakeholder feedback and workshops and issuing questions to try to get a sense of what the industry thought about how the commission allows utilities to recover the cost of transmission service and transmission infrastructure. The legislation requires the commission to evaluate our current methodology, which is called the 4CP methodology, and to make sure that that methodology is appropriate and fair to consumers. And we are in the process of finalizing that evaluation right now, and our objective is to bring that to the commissioners at our May 7th open meeting for their review. We'll have some recommendations in that final report, which will hopefully inform a rulemaking that we will launch in a short few weeks to implement any changes to the 4CP methodology, both at the wholesale transmission cost recovery level as well as retail changes. And with that, I think I have covered all 5 rulemakings, sir.
Thank you very much for that. Next, we'll go to Nathan Bigby. Mr. Bigby, just for the records, please state your name and who you represent, and then proceed with any opening comments.
Good morning, Chairman, committee members. My name is Nathan Bigby. I'm Chief Regulatory Counsel for ERCOT. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on ERCOT's efforts to implement SB 6. As you know, the Commission is in the driver's seat for most of the initiatives under this Senate bill, and we are in the process of assisting the Commission as they proceed with these various rulemakings. As Mr. English mentioned, the load forecast rule has already been completed, and so pursuant to that rule, back in January, I believe, we issued an RFI to the transmission service providers to obtain information about large loads and medium-sized loads as they may relate to the load forecast. We received that information on April 1st, and we have completed our load forecast. I want to touch on that in a few minutes, but that's one significant effort that we've completed under the contemplated efforts under SB 6. ERCOT's also in the process of developing the framework for and computer system changes and protocol revisions that will be needed to implement curtailments of large loads if and when ERCOT anticipates an emergency condition. One key form of curtailment, as you are aware, that's contemplated in SB 6 is the curtailment of loads that have more than 50% of backup generation to serve their load. And we expect to submit those rule revisions within the next couple of months. With respect to the net metering arrangements, Mr. English mentioned the Commission had completed that rule. While that's been pending, we've had several applications come in, and so under an interim process that Commission staff and ERCOT agreed on under the statute, we've had five different proceedings initiated, and pursuant to the contemplated process in the statute, we have submitted 2 different study reports and provided recommendations to the Commission to ensure the reliability of the ERCOT system. One key recommendation that we've had in those reports is to require curtailment of loads if and when that may be needed in anticipation of an emergency condition, and that could either be a system-wide capacity emergency situation or it could be a more of a localized transmission emergency. And in fact, the Commission this morning is meeting to consider and finalize its position on the final recommendations for that first net metering arrangement that they are considering. We think that's a critical process, and the decision today could impact the policy for net metering arrangements going forward. We're in the process of developing reports on the remaining net metering arrangements, including considering studies conducted by the transmission service providers for 2 of those net metering arrangements. Those are still pending in the process. I also wanted to provide some context about the potential scale of the growth of large loads that are seeking interconnection in the ERCOT region. As you may have heard, last Wednesday, ERCOT released its preliminary long-term load forecast. This forecast was based on the special interim methodology for 2026 that was required in the PUC's load forecast rule issued a few months ago. Based on that methodology, ERCOT issued a request for information to the TSPs to ask for their large load and medium load information, forecast information based on those criteria, and we received those submissions on April 1st. The data we received show that the total load forecast for the ERCOT region based on these criteria for the year 2032 is approximately 368,000 megawatts. That's more than 4 times the current size of the ERCOT system. And of that forecast, approximately 228,000 megawatts are new projected data centers. So we have some reservations that this forecast may not accurately project the actual feasible load that will interconnect in 2032. And by rule, this forecast would be used for transmission planning and for resource adequacy studies. And so using this forecast could have major implications for infrastructure in Texas. We're therefore working with Commission staff and the utilities to evaluate the appropriate levels of load to consider for the 2026 RTP. As Mr. English mentioned, the Commission is still developing the final criteria that will be ultimately used to establish the load forecast in the long term. This 2026 Regional Transmission Plan criteria that we use is really just an interim stopgap measure to continue the process of planning transmission while the Commission is developing the final criteria that we're going to be using in those load forecasts. So that may provide some information and influence on the adjustments that we may need to make to the 2026 transmission planning load forecast. So we'll be considering those as part of these continuing discussions with the Commission staff and with the utilities. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Let the record reflect that Speaker Phelan has joined us today. Thank you for being here. Mr. Barkley, just for the record, please state your name and who you represent, and then proceed with any opening comments.
Thank you, Chairman King, members of the committee. My name is Ben Barkley. I'm the Chief Executive and Public Counsel for the Office of Public Utility Counsel, and I appreciate...
Yeah, can you pull that a little closer?
Sure thing. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that better? My name is Ben Barkley. I'm the Chief Executive and Public Counsel for the Office of Public Utility Counsel, and I appreciate this opportunity to be with you today. The Office of Public Utility Counsel is an independent state agency established in 1983 to represent the interests of residential and small commercial consumers in Texas. When a utility comes in for a rate case adjustment, the utility and industries have the resources and the knowledge for how to advocate for themselves in those cases. The average Texan does not have either the time, the knowledge, or the resources to be able to do the same, and that's when OPUC steps in. Our responsibility is to represent those homeowners, those residents of Texas, and small businesses in Texas in rate cases, other utility proceedings, and rulemaking at ERCOT, the PUC, and other state agencies on behalf of those residents. Today, I'd like to highlight briefly some challenges that the residents of Texas face. Texas residents today pay roughly the same in terms of electricity on a kilowatt-hour basis as most other states. However, we pay a higher than average rate for the cost of transmission cost allocation. And as a result, a Texan's bill is typically higher than most other states. And that creates some challenges for Texans, especially on a fixed income. And that the legislature last session took action to address affordability in the form of SB 6. And I think Mr. English fairly well described all the various sub-rulemakings within SB 6. We filed 13 comments in 4 of the 5 rulemaking projects for SB 6 and participated in 4 PUC workshops. And we're focused on 2 issues that affect residential and small commercial consumers. First, it's ensuring that transmission costs are properly allocated to large load customers so that they, and not everyday Texans, pay for transmission infrastructure that was built to serve them. Second, it's ensuring that large load customers actually show up on the grid and stay long enough to be able to pay for the transmission that was built for them. In short, your constituents should not have to pay for something that is not built for them and does not primarily benefit them, and that's what we're here to do. We strongly support the PUC's efforts to revamp transmission cost allocation. So currently, we use something called the 4CP methodology that's measuring a peak interval of 15 minutes during the months of June, July, August, September, as many of you know. And we're looking at moving to some other methodology, potentially 12, that is every single month. And we appreciate that the PUC put out a preliminary study that shows that residential consumers would pay more for utilities under the 4CP system than their total energy consumption should demand. And so OPUC was encouraged to see explorations of other methodologies, including 12CP, which would decrease customer transmission rates by 9% compared to 4PC based on historical data. If implemented, that would be a savings of roughly $100 million a year. From our perspective, we think that there are some other options out there that haven't been explored, specifically a 365 CP and 52 CP. So 365 would be measuring that interval every single day of the year. 52 would be measuring an interval every single week. And if you take a look at the handout on the reverse side of the handout, that's going to give you a breakdown of exactly what that's going to mean for Texas customers. The legislature was kind enough to provide us funding and authorization for a data team last session, and that's the product of our data team on the back of that. In the handout, the chart on the back shows a breakdown between different cost allocation methods and the potential savings for residential consumers. And you're going to see that 365 and 52 CP are better than the status quo and 12 CP for residential consumers. Under 52 CP, in 2025, ERCOT residential customers would have seen a savings of roughly $229 million. In 2030, that would have been $391 million. Looking at 365 CP in 2025, residential customers would have seen a savings of $312 million, or $534 in 2030. So in addition to changing the transmission cost allocation method, OPUC is also supportive of the idea circulated by PUC staff in the 4CP draft study to acquire large loads to pay a minimum demand charge for 10 to 15 years. This will ensure that large loads pays for transmission infrastructure that would have not been built but for the large loads interconnection request. Large loads, transmission is a very expensive product. It's paid for over a long period of time. Having a minimum demand charge over a long period of time helps offset some of those costs on residential consumers. But customers will see considerable bill increases if large loads that transmission is billed for never show up. And that's the second part of our concern with implementation of SB 6. And that's that OPUC has advocated for financial commitment and site control requirements to ensure that large load customers are real and have the capital and property set up and maintain large loads like data centers. To minimize the risk of residents and small businesses paying for large load customers' transmission expenses, we recommend that a refund not be given until a true-up between estimated and actual transmission costs occurs at a commission proceeding hearing. So the cliff notes of my testimony is, we need to change our wholesale transmission cost methodology to protect residential consumers. And we need to ensure that whatever is implemented is done in such a manner that we know that those loads are here to stay and will be paying for transmission in the long haul. I appreciate your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Before we get started, I'll just remind you, if you're going to answer a question coming from the dais, just please state your name and who you represent before you proceed. Members, questions? Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the load forecast, I think you said it's 4 times what we currently have. When you were looking at this, were we looking at projects that we know they're going to build, or as Mr. Darby said to me earlier today, are we looking at a guy that's playing 5 hands of blackjack hoping to just win 1? I mean, we know that there's a lot of speculation in this. There's some guys that just want to get rich and get rich in a hurry, and then there are people that really want to build these sites. And I mean, are we looking at the speculators as opposed to the people that are actually going to do it?
Barksdale English with the PUC. I think the number that Mr. Bigby mentioned represents the entire universe, so there will be those speculative loads in there. However, we are actively engaged in conversations with ERCOT and the utilities to figure out a good way to filter out those speculative loads so that we are not making transmission planning decisions based off of the second, third, fourth, and fifth hand of blackjack.
Is that how we're justifying the current cutoff date for the batch 0?
I think the current cutoff date, sir, is about ERCOT's comfort in the validity of the transmission planning studies to help them feel confident that the transmission projects that have been suggested to be built to serve those large loads will be able to reliably serve the large load without jeopardizing our ability to make sure that the rest of Texas can get electricity.
If you're in batch 0, is there a pretty good chance you're going to get the electricity, or is there not? Is it not, or it's still up in the air?
There are 2 different types of loads that we are considering for batch 0. There's one that's called a base load or a firm load, and there's a second group that's called a studied load. Those loads that would enter into batch 0 as a base load would be guaranteed megawatts of transmission capacity for the future based on their own project development schedule. The studied loads would be those that we would need to continue to analyze and make sure that there are projects that could be built in order to reliably serve them. Coming out of batch 0, they may be provided a megawatt allocation, they may not be provided a megawatt allocation.
So if you're in batch 0 now, are you pretty well assured that you're going to get electricity, or are you not assured you're going to get electricity?
You know, just to be clear, there's no batch 0 yet. We're working on those rules, and hopefully we will have those stitched up here in the next few weeks. But once we do have those rules confirmed, then any load that gets in as a base load will be guaranteed that they will be able to get their megawatt allocation, which is why we're taking such a hard look at how we're filtering out these speculative loads so that we know that these projects are real and not providing a guaranteed megawatt allocation to somebody
Who may or may not be
Yes, sir.
serious about this.
Yes, sir, that's exactly right.
So obviously, there's a lot of people that have money up in the till already. And under current rules, it's non-refundable. Are we trying to fix that for the people that will end up not getting the electricity? Are they going to be able to get their money back, or is that money just going to be stranded?
I think the current interconnection agreements are different among all of the utilities, which has proved to be a problem as this influx of large loads has really kind of been a tsunami on our transmission planners. And some utilities require certain kinds of financial commitments and others don't. Or if they do require financial commitments, the amount or the refundability of those commitments are different. And so our interconnection standards rulemaking is seeking to standardize that across all of the utilities in the ERCOT region. We proposed to have financial security against both the direct costs to interconnect as well as those indirect costs to interconnect, with a certain portion of those securities being non-refundable if that project should back out after it had been awarded its megawatt allocation. The rules are not yet finished. We're trying to have that balancing act between ensuring that we're setting appropriately high hurdles to weed out those more speculative loads, while also ensuring that we're not harming economic development by setting those hurdles too high.
The thing that concerns me, though, would be people who are anticipating, and they're serious, I mean, they're gonna build a plant. But if, in the end, if they've got, you know, $30–40 million in the pot, and it turns out we cannot get the electricity to them, don't you believe that they should get their money back?
I think if there's a project that is studied in any of the batches, and we're unable to provide them with a transmission allocation, then the commitments that they would be required to make after that, let me say this a different way.
I'm not worried about after that. I'm worried about the money that's already out there.
Right. I think the rules to be able to get into the batch need to be the hurdles need to be appropriately high so that we are screening out the speculative loads.
I don't disagree with that at all.
And then figuring out exactly how much of that should be refundable is a question that is still being hotly debated right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just follow up on some of Chairman Guerin's questions. It is possible that an applicant in a batch zero does not get all of the power it wanted, right? So I imagine a rule would contemplate, if there, to the extent there's any refund, a sliding scale. For example, if you wanted a certain number of megawatts or gigawatts, and that was discounted in the process, you may not get a full refund, you might get a partial refund. Is that something that is contemplated in the rulemaking, or at least being discussed?
Barksdale English with the PUC. I think right now the non-refundability in the proposed rule is associated only with those projects who back out after they have received a megawatt allocation.
Okay.
And so your idea is one that we could certainly consider as we continue to refine exactly where those hurdles are and how they work.
And the money that is offered up by applicants, what is that money used for, or what is it designed to do? I know part of it is to separate the wheat from the chaff and who's serious and who's not. But is the goal of that security, does it have a secondary purpose?
It absolutely does, sir. It's really primarily, well, or maybe in equal part, a consumer protection mechanism. Because if a project were to back out, the rest of the consumers, the rest of the ratepayers in the ERCOT region would be left holding the bag of those upgrades that were required to serve that load. And this Senate Bill 6 is very clear that the legislature is seeking to foreclose that opportunity.
And just to put a finer point on it, a representative from OPUC talked about stranded costs. That part of those monies are designed to make sure that stranded costs are somewhat defrayed or paid for by the applicant, so it doesn't fall on the average Texas consumer. Is that right?
That's correct. And really the ratepayer protection is being envisioned in kind of three parts. The first being how we're developing the rules for entry into a batch, whether it's batch zero or some batch in the future. Second, it's through the interconnection standards rule, which will provide that the large load is paying for 100% of its direct cost to interconnect. And the third is through the transmission cost recovery rulemaking, where we will address, particularly through the retail rate making practices, that there are some non-refundable minimum payments that the large loads will be required to pay for a certain amount of time in order to cover any costs of transmission upgrades that may otherwise be borne by other ratepayers.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I might continue, I have some questions for OPUC as well. Part of the resistance that you hear about data centers is that, hey, it's going to cause my rates to go up. So I appreciate the dialogue about not putting additional infrastructure that will not benefit ratepayers on the backs of ratepayers, and so that the market participants who are requiring this infrastructure are going to pay for it. I think that's a good consumer protection mechanism. You spent a lot of time talking about 4CP, which got my interest, and it's something I had not thought before, is that, there are other models out there to protect consumers and make sure they're not paying more, allaying those fears that they have about data centers. And that is the 52 CP and the 365 CP. And one of the big criticisms of 4CP in the past has been, well, sophisticated market participants, industrials, they get to avoid those costs. They power down during the 4 concurrent peaks during the year, and then that pushes costs on to average consumers. And OPUC is the regulatory agency that's supposed to be looking out for average consumers. So I want to drill down a little bit deeper into the other models that you highlight here, the 52 CP and the 365 CP, because the adoption of those models show materially higher savings to consumers. There are always trade-offs. What are the trade-offs in adopting those models? Because if you go, I imagine, a 365 or a 52 CP, sophisticated market participants will be able to avoid some of the costs, but potentially not all of the costs. So does it lessen the avoided costs that are then transferred on to your residential consumers? And number two, what are the regulatory trade-offs? In other words, is there more burden in administration? Is there a tipping point where you no longer get a benefit from moving to a more regular interval? Can you talk through that?
Sure thing. Thank you for that question. I would say to the last part of your question, kind of the regulatory trade-off, the difference between 365 and 52 CP is roughly 2%. And so the more CPs you get, the less the benefit. But 2% is still a pretty considerable sum when you start taking a look at the total value of the dollars there. But if you had to say what's the diminishment, the more peaks you have, the less total benefit you're going to see to consumers. Then the trade-off here is that ultimately other consumer groups have to pay for that. Most likely the group that's going to be most burdened by that is going to be the industrial segment. You're going to likely see a very small increase on the part of small businesses, but most of it is going to be borne by the industrial segment. It's going to be more difficult and more costly to try and engage in avoiding paying for transmission costs. I think there is still some potential for some more flexible loads like data centers or crypto mining to be able to avoid their cost. Those are very difficult to manage under this system, which is why a minimum demand charge might be helpful in those cases. But you're going to still see significant reductions in the amount of gaming that's going on. As for the administrative hurdles that might come up, I'm not sure on that point. I'm happy to get back to you on it.
Okay. I'd like to know because, as policymakers, we're always dealing in trade-offs. I like the trade-off that says we're going to be easing the burden on your average Texan. That's something that I think everybody around this dais cares about. And I think there would be an alignment of interest, certainly with the data center community, because that is among the most frequently levied criticisms. Hey, my rates are going to go up. But if the state adopted a more regular interval CP mechanism, then you could offer to ratepayers, hey, your rates will either be flat or they could potentially go down by transferring some of this. Now, the industrials may not get a lot of warm fuzzies about that because they've been able, I think you used the word game the system and then put more costs on average Texans. In the comments that you submitted to on 4CP, if you have submitted them, what was your optimal CP interval? Or did you fall on one?
We push for more maximalist position, that the more that we can gain for, we have a statutory obligation to represent residential consumers. So the most benefit that we can get towards residential consumers is going to be the best outcome from our perspective. If it's going to be a coincident peak model, that would be 365. If we're moving away from a coincident peak model, that could be something like energy consumption. So you are charged for transmission based off of exactly how much energy you're consuming on the grid. That would require an entirely new system for us to set up to do that, so there could be greater administrative burdens for that. But in terms of kind of the difference between 365 and 52, it's $50 million in 2025 in terms of actual money, but in terms of percentages, it's relatively small. So it's one where if it went down from 365 to 52, we would understand that as a reasonable compromise.
And ease of administration, either for the PUC or ERCOT? Any views on that? Since we're doing rulemaking here.
Barksdale
Live.
English. Oh, sorry, sir.
Go ahead.
Barksdale English with the PUC. I think it's relatively straightforward from an administrative standpoint to change from 4CP to another coincident peak interval. I think moving away from the coincident peak model outright could be a very big lift for the utilities, both at the wholesale level and at the retail level, which is something to consider, but is maybe not what the PUC's primary focus is. I think we're focused on the best practices for rate making, and that's a balancing act. We start with cost causation. Who's using the system when? Whose use is encouraging the need for more infrastructure development? Is the price signal, does it send a clear economic signal to folks to reduce usage when we need it? It's an important outcome that sophisticated users of our system currently are able to reduce demand during those 4 coincident peaks. Yes, there are some negative outcomes from that in terms of long-term cost shifting onto other rate classes, but in the instant moment, it's good to have that reduction of demand when summer temperatures are high. And I think the third principle is that there is a consistent methodology that allows for a stable rate regime on which utilities can rely so that they can make good investment decisions and their shareholders can understand kind of what their long-term business model looks like.
Does an increase in coincident peaks, and this will be my last question, I know I'm taking too much time, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Does the increase in coincident peaks create uncertainty?
I think the more coincident peaks you use, the more uncertainty is created in the near term. If we stabilize on a different number of coincident peaks over the long run, then that uncertainty starts to go away because people understand how to operate within that regime. And just
Because
to
these
make
are sophisticated market participants, and they're going to react to the new rules of the road,
That's
right? Okay.
Yes, sir. And just to make it clear to the committee, the commission will be moving away from 4CP. That's a commitment we've made and we will keep.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. English, it's good to see you. We shared a panel this week, in fact, so it's good to hear your perspective again. Thank you for being present. Just a couple of questions, and again, Charlie spoke of the idea of playing a 5-handed game of blackjack versus one hand. They shove it all in on this project, and we shove it back and say, if you're this committed, then we will guarantee you. And so that's kind of the concept that I would hope that the PUC would be looking at, because certainly from my part of the world, there's a lot of pushback, public pushback, and it's just the sheer volume of these projects that are out there, the numbers that they're generating on need for electricity, the amount of water that they're projected to use. All of that is playing heavily in this dialogue, and we need to be sensitive to that. We need to try to support business development, but certainly we want to support
business development that has the legs to get on the ground and actually complete it. So I guess in order to support that business development, I think I heard you say that the current cutoff for base load designation in batch zero is based on objective development milestones rather than simply a date certain. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Barksdale English with the PUC. We couldn't agree more on these principles, especially as we develop the rules around batch zero. We have three objectives that we're following as we think about the different metrics. The first is that are these projects are real? We need to have measurements in place where we can have a relative degree of certainty that we are moving into the batch projects that will materialize. The second is, are we creating rules that are going to protect the other ratepayers? And the third is, are we creating rules that are repeatable and objective so that the outcomes are logical? Because we know at the end of this process, there will be winners and losers. And so we need to make sure that the independence and objectivity of those criteria are defensible as those winners and losers are identified. More specifically to your question about some of the metrics that we're using to identify the realness of the project, as it were, we're looking at site control. You know, we've proposed a measurement that a developer would have to demonstrate that it has control over the site that it's going to build on, so not just an option, but an actual deed or a lease or a purchase and sales agreement. We want to see that depending on the maturity of the project, that maybe they have a contract for power, because that implies that they understand what the load is that they're going to be taking on in that facility, that they've got a tenant in place, that they understand what the impact to the system is going to be. For those projects that are perhaps a little bit less mature, we want to see that contract with a tenant so that we are not providing a megawatt allocation to somebody who is going to build a building and then hopefully be able to turn around and sell it to somebody else. So measurements like that, we hope will set a clear standard that we want real projects to be entered into the batch so that when they get their megawatt allocations, Texans can feel comfortable that those projects are going to move forward and that all of the other mechanisms in place are going to protect them against the rising infrastructure costs associated with it.
Okay, now, if these developments had already cleared your existing protocols at the time, why wouldn't they be considered as base load in the batch zero?
I think for those that have cleared the studies that ERCOT has identified as what is needed for ERCOT to have confidence that it can reliably serve that load, they will be included in batch zero.
They will be, okay. What analysis did you conduct to determine that projects just outside the cutoff that is a date, time certain, are meaningfully different from those that are included? So have you taken a look at what the date cutoff means to those projects that didn't fall under that versus those that did?
Yeah, my understanding about that March 4th date is it's associated with the timing of the filing of the ERCOT rules that would implement the batch process. It's also associated with the work that ERCOT did behind the scenes to make sure that every single project that could get into the batch, those studies had been validated and ERCOT felt comfortable that it could serve them reliably. Any project that can't meet that March 4th cutoff date still has the opportunity to get into batch zero as a base load. ERCOT is continuously going through the list of those projects that are completing all of their studies, every single day, and analyzing whether those studies are valid or have been invalidated by the presence of other projects that are still seeking to interconnect.
This question, I'll direct a question to Mr. Barkley as well, but appreciate his thoughts on this. But what specific alternatives is the PUC actively considering to the existing 4CP rule? And I see this by Mr. Barkley, which lists 6 different options, or 5 additional options rather than 4CP. What other options or is the PUC considering to the existing 4CP protocol?
I think we've analyzed a handful of different types of methodologies, none of which go quite as far as Mr. Barkley's proposal would take us. I think the most number of peak intervals we are looking at is 12. But based on OPUC's interest in the 52 CP model, I think our staff is also conducting a little bit of analysis behind that just to see if we share their same outcomes.
So if I'm looking at this graph that Mr. Barkley provided, you're aware of this graph, I presume, or can?
He shared it with me yesterday. I don't have a copy
Okay.
right in front of me, sir.
Okay,
sorry.
well, I hate to question you, but you'd said you're looking at 12 CP. So looks like that's in the middle of the stack, so to speak, between 4CP and the energy-only option, which would be the greatest benefit to residential customers. Kind of, what is your thought process on how you evaluate this 12 CP? Because clearly the objective that Chairman Anchia expressed, we want to give as much benefit to our residential customers as we can. Walk through your analysis of how you're formulating a policy based upon this 12 CP.
I think, first, just to be clear, I'm here representing the commission staff, and so our commissioners will weigh in, and they may have a different opinion than what I'm sharing with you today. But my staff's opinion about the difference in some of these models is really a reflection of trying to thread the needle of that balancing act that I was talking about with Chairman Anchia. It's understanding that from our perspective, the only objective is not to lower costs for residential consumers. It's really to ensure that we have a fair and appropriate assignment of costs across all of the users, so that if you are benefiting from the transmission system, you have an obligation to pay for your use and benefit of that system. So moving to a methodology like a 365 CP, I think my staff would say that really, the pendulum is going too far outside of that balancing act between all of those different principles in good rate-making practice.
So your view, the 12 CP would kind of fall in the middle between the current policy and I guess the most extreme benefit for residential would be the energy-only model. And you're balancing clearly residential with industrial and commercial as well. So, Mr. Barkley, you have any comments about the 12 CP and your thought process?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. Ben Barkley, OPUC. We would think that 12 CP is a good start. However, the consumer savings for 12 CP, at least according to our estimates, it's going to be $100 million, which is good.
Say that again. I'm having trouble hearing. I know your voice is really low. Would you please speak up a little bit and more into the microphone?
Yes, sir. So with 12 CP, you are going to see some savings for residential consumers. However, we think that savings in total is not going to be sufficient, and which is why we're pushing for something like 52 or 365. We want to see something a little bit higher to better protect consumers from the potential of large loads coming online.
Is there a dollar amount associated with your analysis here? I mean, how many millions of dollars are we talking about shifting, for example, or billions or whatever?
Looking on the projected residential costs under proposed methods, it's going to give you our estimates for 25 through 2030. And so if you take a look at 12 CP, if we were to use that in 2025, it would have been a savings of roughly $153 million versus something like $228 million for 52 or 312 for 365.
Okay. And again, I've dealt with this 4CP for a number of sessions, and it's been a frustrating policy. hurdle to try to get through, but I would urge both organizations to continue to work through this to make some sense of it. It never has really made sense to me. And so I would urge the commission and OPUC to continue that effort. Finally, I guess, Mr. English, if the PUC cannot reach consensus, you got to do it by December the 31st of this year. Will the legislature need to act if you can't reach a consensus, or do you feel comfortable that?
On the 4CP rule, sir,
Yeah.
we will have it done, guaranteed.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow up a little bit more, I guess, on what both my colleagues were talking about, and I guess pose it in a different way. Mr. Barkley from OPUC mentioned in his testimony that residential consumers and small business consumers from other states are paying less for transmission costs than those in Texas. Do you agree with that? And if so, what would you attribute that to?
This is Barksdale English with the PUC. Unfortunately, I haven't done that analysis, so I can't sit here and comment on that reasonably.
So he also said that residential consumers and small business consumers, ratepayers, are paying a larger share than what is adequate. I guess I'm just trying to decipher how he said it, but than is appropriate for that level of service that they are getting. Do you agree with that?
I think overall, that's a true statement, and that's something that we are looking to rectify through the rulemaking, yes.
And so just a few minutes ago, in responding to Chairman Darby, you mentioned that the 365 CP, that your staff would think that the pendulum would swing too far. Can you elaborate on that? What does that mean? Are you saying that 365 CP would not accurately distribute costs, and that because for whatever reason, can you explain that?
Sure. I think my staff would say that we need to analyze how different types of customers use the transmission system and when they're using it. And if we notice a trend in how those different types of customers are using the system that then causes new infrastructure to be built. For example, a straightforward one is during a hot summer day, when air conditioning load is high, we see the need across lots of different types of customer groups for electricity to cool their homes or cool their businesses, which then spurs the need for new infrastructure development as the temperatures continue to get hotter. So looking at not just the summer is, we believe, is very appropriate, and figuring out how different groups of customers are impacting the system at various points of the year is very appropriate. I think my staff would say that there's not a daily need or even necessarily a weekly impact that any group of customers places on the system, that it's perhaps more appropriate to look at it on a monthly basis or some other type of basis along those lines. I hope I answered your question.
Mr. Barkley, you want to respond to that?
Thank you. Ben Barkley with OPUC. My first comment is that if you take a look at population growth versus the need for transmission, population growth in Texas, the state is growing in population, but our needs for transmission are outpacing our population growth. Therefore, when you're looking at ascribing any kind of transmission, it's less likely to be ascribable to your population growth and more likely going to be ascribed to additional industrial needs. So I don't think it's accurate to say, well, if we take a look at these 4 months and there's AC, therefore it's the consumers, the residential consumers' fault, is a fair statement. But when it comes to an appropriate weighing of the factors, that's certainly within the purview of the PUC to decide. But from our perspective, currently the balance is heavily weighed against residential consumers. And it would be very helpful for us to move into a system that accurately judges exactly how much industrial users use versus residential users. And the more coincident peaks that you have, the more costly it becomes to respond to those coincident peaks in such a manner that it reduces the perceived demand on the system, because the demand of an industrial user is going to go down during 4 coincident peaks, and that doesn't necessarily reflect their normal demand that they would have on the system. So our preference would be for at least 52, if not 365.
So essentially, you're disagreeing with his perspective or his thought that, and/or his staff's, that that looking at it over 365 days or 52 weeks, you see it at OPUC, you see it as an analysis that would show a more accurate portrayal of transmission needs. I think Mr. English is somehow saying that it would, by looking at it on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, it would somehow not appropriately take a picture of what's happening. So I'm trying to understand, and I'm trying to figure out who's right and who's wrong.
Ben Barkley with OPUC. I think that's a great question. I think part of the answer is going to come from the different perspectives of the agency. OPUC's job is to represent the interests of residential and small commercial consumers, whereas the PUC needs to weigh a considerably larger number of factors. And so I think from our perspective as the advocates for residential consumers, we think you would get a more accurate reading with 52 CP than with 12 CP. And not only that, but it would just be more fair to residential consumers. But I understand that the PUC has a whole lot of other things that they need to weigh in making their calculations, and that they might come out with a different result as a result.
When you say that it would be more fair to residential and small business consumers, do you mean that it would be more fair or that it would be less? Because I think those would be two different ways of looking at it, right?
Ben Barkley, OPUC, that's correct. It would be more fair in the sense that they are paying less, and that likely, given the increase in demand from large loads, it would be more equitable to those consumers because they're not the ones who are going to be driving transmission growth into the future.
Chairman Gian Barksdale English with the PUC. I appreciate Mr. Barkley's comments on that, and I think we share the similar objective about what OPUC's role is versus what the PUC's role is. I think remembering that the ratepayer protections that we will implement through all of these different rulemakings is not limited to the transmission cost recovery rulemaking is critical for me and my staff, because we're going to hopefully address the costs of direct interconnection in the interconnection standards rule. We will address the costs of system upgrades through the 4CP rule, and we will handle a portion of both of those in how we set up the rules at ERCOT for the batch process, so that the combined effort should see a reallocation of current costs that we hope will more appropriately and fairly spread those costs across all of the different rate groups and protect especially the residential consumers against rising infrastructure costs that are directly associated with the large load influx.
Thank you.
Mr. Feely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Not an expert on SB 6. It doesn't apply to my district, so I just kind of watched it from a 10,000-foot level this past session. And so maybe this topic has been discussed in the past, but I also go back to post-Uri. This was an issue then, too, and to quote Mr. Anchia, the state's responsible for separating the wheat from the chaff, correct? When it comes to, players, we'll call them developers who want to enter the market, the state's responsible for who's really there to invest and who may be speculating, correct?
Barksdale English with the PUC, that's one of the goals of the rulemaking that we're doing, yes.
And how much time and effort do y'all spend doing that?
Right now, we're spending a considerable amount of time working through
I would
that.
think so. So why not, and maybe the state's prohibited from doing this, but in the private sector, you have to go get a performance bond and let the private sector figure out who's real and who's not, and let them get into the finances of these individuals or these companies or these investors, and let them decide whether or not they want to back these entities who want to enter the market. So why is the state spending a considerable amount of time and money when in the private sector, it's offloaded to an insurance company to decide whether or not this is a real entity or not? Is the state prohibited from doing that?
No, sir. I think that's one way that a company could satisfy the financial security commitments that we're talking about putting into the rules.
So it's being considered to put in the rules to have a performance bond for anyone who wants to enter into this net zero or the market here in Texas. Would it save you a lot of time and effort if they had to do that?
To be honest, Speaker, no. I don't think that would be the silver bullet. I think, as I recall what's in our draft rulemaking right now, I don't know that we specifically called out performance bonds, so that maybe that's something that we need to go back and look at.
What do you call it?
Sir?
What do you call it then?
We have letters of credit, we've got cash collateral, and there's a third one that I'm missing just right off the top of my head.
All right, well, if they have to go get a performance bond, then they have to put money in, and there's skin in the game, and if they don't perform, they lose the money. But someone has to back that bond, correct? And they have skin in the game. So it's not your staff doing all the work, it's someone else doing all the work. So I think it's something just to consider, because in the private sector, this is offloaded to someone else. Like if you're real and you're really going to develop this project, then go get it insured. I don't have to worry about it. You bring me a bond, I feel a lot better about things. And so if you say you're spending considerable amount of time and effort and state resources doing this, and I'm not blaming you, we put this on your shoulders, you're doing the right job. The state of Texas are asking you to do this, but if we're not prohibited from what the private sector does to separate the wheat from the chaff, I think we need to consider it.
We'll take a look at it, Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barkley, we'll start there.
One second, John. Let the record reflect Ms. Davis is with us.
Welcome, Ms. Davis. All right. Good to see you. You missed my coffee spill incident earlier, so you're ahead of everybody. Your testimony was that it is the goal of the agency to make sure that the costs are allocated appropriately, we're protecting ratepayers, consumers, and that we're making sure that the heavy users, industrial users, data centers, whatever, are paying their fair share. Did I understand that correctly?
Ben Barkley, OPA. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there bad actors out there that are saying they don't want to pay their fair share, or people stepping up saying we're willing to pay our fair share and let's get this? Are there bad actors out there that are trying to game the system? Are new people trying to come on the grid gaming the system? Or Do you have people saying, I want to pay my fair share, let's get this thing moving?
There are certainly people who are out there saying they want to pay their fair share, and those that say that economically it makes more sense for us to be able to avoid some of these transmission costs because that's good for our business. On the side where people say they want to pay their fair share, one of the questions is going to be, what do they consider their fair share to be? And that's something that needs to be explored.
And that's where okay. If there are bad actors out there that are impacting ratepayers, consumer ratepayers, I think it needs to be brought into the public forum. So I would encourage your group to do that.
Yes, sir.
Second question I want to kind of follow up on, and I'm not sure who wants to handle this, but I do want to follow up on what Chairman Guerin was talking about. There are, and it relates to the refund, and I think maybe Mr. English, you're going to want to maybe speak up on it because I think you answered this earlier, but in no world do I think it is fair if somebody says, I will pay to get my load online, and then we come back to them and say, we can't get your load online, and we're not going to return that money. How in the world is it not just a simple, yes, we will refund that money if I pay my fair share, I pay what you asked me to pay, and you guys can't deliver because of whatever circumstances there are, that is not just a simple, yes, we are going to refund the money. And maybe explain what other, I mean, I'm a simple-minded person. What am I missing?
Thanks for the question, Barksdale English, PUC. Perhaps thinking about what Speaker Phelan was just talking about, the intention here is to create an opportunity for the company to demonstrate in one of many ways that it is a real project. And as we initially thought about these rules, we thought that money down on the table was a good marker.
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that.
And there are some
real matters, but if they're real, they put the money up, and then we can't deliver, or the grid can't deliver.
I hear your point, sir.
Refund, or what money has been spent on their behalf that you need to recoup? Because we don't want it to be passed on to the ratepayers, but if their project's real, but the grid can't deliver.
So I think it's a matter of if the ante that you have to put in onto the poker table, you can take back if your cards don't play out, you haven't bought into the game. And so I hear exactly the point that you're making.
I'm putting money on the table. I'm putting money on the table, and you're not dealing the cards. Is really the more appropriate analogy. I mean, it's not that I didn't like the cards. It's that you didn't put the cards on the table. If I put the money up and I can't get the power, you didn't put the cards on the table to play.
So I think the cards are really getting through the batch study and seeing what happens as a result of it. I think that's the game that's being played. I don't want to call it a game because that makes too much light of it. But we understand your point.
Okay, I think that we're all saying the same things in a different manner up here. I just hope that is considered and understood, and that you're hearing what the intention of the legislature of these members is. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Final question I've got is related to batch zero. Batch zero considerations, once we figure out and the rulemaking's made on what gets in batch zero, is it going to be 100% based on a date, or is there going to be, and I know you said you gave 3 criterias, but are there any regional considerations throughout the state of, you've got different utilities that have got certain areas of the state where they control it. If one of these utilities was behind or didn't do their job, are we going to penalize the state regionally if it's a date thing? Like, say a utility sat on their stuff for a year, and then all of a sudden you get a massive influx of them, and they put their stuff on the, in the queue at a certain date because they were sitting on it, and that would negatively impact a region of the state. Are you going to consider the regionality of these folks, or is it a hard and fast date?
I don't think it's a hard and fast date, because I think any project that is able to demonstrate that it has satisfied ERCOT's planning studies after the March 4th date up until July 10th, which is what's currently being proposed, has the opportunity to get into batch as a base load.
Okay. You understand the concern about a regionality perspective?
I do.
Where these regions are controlled by one utility, where we've got to make sure that we're looking out for the state as a whole, and we're not just going for a simple date. You understand the concern there?
We're acutely aware of some of the communication problems that have occurred, yes.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Guerin.
Just for clarification, I believe you told me that nobody is in batch zero today. There are a lot of people that think they are, but I want you to answer that. Nobody is in batch zero today, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Members, further questions this panel? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. I would ask that if you can, hang around till the end, because you may get, maybe a need to call you back up. Thank you very much. All right, chair calls Walt Baum, Mark Bell, Katie Coleman. Walt, we're going to start with you, and just for the record, state your name, who you represent, and then proceed with any opening comments.
You got it. Walt Baum, CEO, Powering Texans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, for the opportunity to testify today. Powering Texans supports adoption of Senate Bill 6 rules that establish transparent standards for large load interconnection, which are designed to support business development in Texas while also minimizing the potential for stranded infrastructure costs and to maintain the reliability of the grid. PUC's got a tough job. They've got to weigh large load development against cost and reliability concerns and ensure that the regulatory burden doesn't render real Texas projects that can bring really big benefits to local communities commercially unviable. You heard Nathan and Barksdale talk about the co-location at existing generators. That's a very important part for my members. That's a real small subset of the interconnection queue. It's less than 10, it's closer to 5% of everything that's in the queue. But that subset of projects has a lot of benefits for the state. In addition to having the timetables that y'all set up in Senate Bill 6 for these projects, they've got unique operational flexibility, operational transparency, and transmission efficiency features that warrant prioritization in the batch zero and the PUC rules. These co-located facilities, they can be required to provide flexibility back to the grid when needed in emergency conditions up to 30, in a 30-minute increment. They have to send their power back to the grid if needed. They're already connected with ERCOT, so these co-located projects are already providing real-time information back and forth to ERCOT, and they'll have more insight than some of these large load projects will bring. And these co-located projects generally require less transmission infrastructure because it's already been built to serve these existing power plants. And also, y'all have talked a lot about how figuring out whether these loads are real. Y'all set up a process in Senate Bill 6 for these projects to have to go through a 120-day ERCOT approval process, a 60-day PUC approval process, and going through that will ensure that these are real projects. You're going to have the type of vetting that you need to know that these projects are real. So for all of those reasons, we think the PUC and ERCOT must accommodate the timelines that y'all set in Senate Bill 6 for approving one of these projects. And we do applaud the work that the PUC has done already in addressing this for the already pending applications. And so we will remain engaged to help the right approach for anybody filing a new project. But we appreciate what the PUC has done so far in hopefully including these in the base load. As far as the rulemaking for 4CP, my members support fair transmission cost allocation for all customer classes, residential, small, commercial, and industrial. And, cost causation principles should guide how you do this. The customers should contribute to cost recovery commensurate with their use of the transmission system. We don't think the current PUC mechanism is doing that. It provides, right now it's just become solely a method to shift costs between classes. And so we do support, changing the 4CP process. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Mr. Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. For the record, my name's Mark Bell on behalf of AECT, the Association of Electric Companies of Texas. We've heard a lot today on the ongoing implementation of Senate Bill 6, including operational and contractual requirements for large loads, electric generators, and utilities. Senate Bill 6 established a comprehensive framework to integrate large-scale load growth into the electric system while maintaining reliability and protecting affordability for Texas customers. The volume of projects underway at the PUC related to Senate Bill 6 underscores just how comprehensive this framework is. Our member companies continue to see tremendous interest from large load customers seeking to connect to the ERCOT grid. Utilities are receiving record-setting interconnection requests, and our generators are hearing from private companies seeking new and expanded generation resources, and we expect this to continue. Senate Bill 6 was the first, most prominent in the nation to safely incorporate large load growth into an electric system, and that, coupled with ERCOT's faster interconnection process compared to other markets, will remain at the forefront, will keep us at the forefront of this investment. The key provisions of Senate Bill 6 that allow for improved forecasting, a framework for load interconnection, clear rules on co-location, and protection of residential customers, when implemented, it will strengthen the Texas economy. It'll create jobs and deliver meaningful local benefits as companies choose to invest and locate projects from across the state. But more importantly, the framework is designed to ensure that residential customers are protected and do not bear a disproportionate share of the cost. Affordability is top of mind and a priority for our members. And I know that every day we see news reports on increasing electricity prices nationwide. This is particularly true outside of Texas. But here in Texas, we have proven that we can incorporate new loads while maintaining affordability. Over the past 5 years, Texas load growth has increased by 25%, while the nation's has only increased by 10%. That is 2.5 times the growth, which is reflected in our, as a reflection of our robust economy. Yet, even as we've added infrastructure, electricity prices in Texas are 28% below the national average. That outcome is no accident and is a testament to the work of the legislature, the Public Utility Commission, and ERCOT. SB 6 continues that precedent and sets Texas ahead of other states as we integrate these large-scale projects into the system. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Ms. Coleman?
Thank you, Chairman and members. Katie Coleman, Energy Counsel for the Texas Association of Manufacturers, and thank you for having us here today. Last session when we were developing SB 6, I think we really did not have a full picture of the scope of this issue. The load forecasts that ERCOT released recently are more than double the forecast that we were concerned about last session. And as you can appreciate, much of that is being driven by a secondary market for interconnections, people who are trying to get an interconnection and sell it and don't intend to actually develop a load. That is creating complex and nuanced problems that the PUC is working diligently to address. But these are big issues, and they could have significant impacts on the state's future. I do want to point out that TAM members are equally concerned about cost shifting and risk shifting. We obviously care about residential and small commercial interests like you do, but there are also legacy businesses here who pay hundreds of millions of dollars in electricity costs each year. And if costs from this new type of interconnection activity are shifted, they would also be borne by these businesses. So we're looking for fair and reasonable outcomes as well. There's been an effort to try to achieve one-size-fits-all rules. And I think that's becoming increasingly difficult to implement without crowding out potential growth from the traditional industrial sectors. There are a lot of rules that are being considered that would impose extreme financial obligations, very stringent ramp and energization timelines, and things like that that are really, really difficult when you're building a complex manufacturing process and you're trying to anticipate the needs of global markets 5 or 6 years in the future. So we are struggling with how traditional industrial growth can fit into this new framework. As I mentioned, one of our biggest concerns with the pending rulemakings, and I just want to say the commission staff has been amazing. They've done iterative processes for these rules. We've had multiple drafts, multiple workshops. They're always open for feedback, but these are tough issues. One of the issues that challenges us the most is in the current rule, there's a proposal that if you miss a ramp rate by 6 months, you lose your capacity. I don't know an industrial project that hasn't missed a deadline by 6 months. I mean, if you're doing a remodel on your house, you might miss it by 6 months. And we're talking about refineries, semiconductor fabs. So that's really challenging. When that is combined with onerous and often non-refundable financial commitments, it's doubly challenging for industrials that are trying to do business here. So we want to tamp down this speculation. We want to get reasonable load forecasts, but there may need to be some areas where we distinguish between that type of activity and traditional growth that's being pursued by companies that you all know that employ your constituents and provide important tax base and revenues for the state. So that's our focus. I did want to touch briefly on the 4CP discussion. So we have been supportive of moving away from 4CP. I did want to just point out that the cost shifting is not really from one class to another. It's really from those who respond and those who don't. And within the industrial segment, there are many, many, probably the vast majority of companies that do not meaningfully respond to 4CP. When others completely turn off and don't pay transmission, it shifts costs onto those customers as well, and I represent them. And so, people who are 95% load factor and don't curtail, they're impacted by that behavior as well. And so we're just looking for something that reflects cost causation. No issue with trying to deter that type of behavior, but we don't want to go so far in preventing people from responding that we're not tracking cost causation and unfairly allocating costs among the classes. So that's our perspective on that. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Katie, good morning.
Good morning.
Wanted to ask you about a couple things you testified on. The first one is secondary market interconnection. That's a term that I'm not that familiar with. Can you walk me through that?
So it used to be that generally when an entity was pursuing an interconnection, it was for themselves, and that they were planning to build, a manufacturing facility or, some business for these larger interconnections. The large load studies and spots in the interconnection queue can be assigned and can be sold. And there's a lot of money in that right now. And so what you're seeing, this 360 gigawatts that's in the queue, a good portion of that is people who are wanting to get an interconnection and then sell it in what we're calling a secondary market. And that behavior is different from the historical interconnection practices that we've seen. Now, I want to be clear, there are some, what I would consider developers, third-party developers, that develop data centers and then host a tenant like a hyperscaler, a computing company, but they actually continue to operate that facility. So they're building out a complex, but then they have these tenants that they host. And that is a portion of the activity, and I think that is a legitimate business model that existed prior to this new kind of AI activity. But the secondary market to just sell an interconnection is extremely lucrative, and that is driving a lot of this activity. And I think, as I mentioned in my testimony, one of the things I don't think we all appreciated when we were drafting SB 6 is that, especially compared to the traditional manufacturing community, there's so much money in this space that the participants tend to be less cost sensitive and less risk averse. So trying to ferret out what's real and what's not using financial mechanisms alone really does threaten to chill the economic climate for traditional industry and may not meaningfully move the needle for reducing these load forecasts.
And for them, I imagine for this class of secondary market participants, speed to market's really important. So cost might not be the overriding concern. They want to be in the first, or batch zero. They want to have their interconnection all set, and then that becomes like the golden ticket, right, in Willy Wonka, and then they can assign that. As we are, and sometimes they do it on spec, right? They'll just build on spec, get in the interconnection queue, and then boom, they can sell or assign. Sometimes they do it with a lease already in place or an end user already in mind. It's not being done on spec, but they're able to race ahead farther than maybe the ultimate end user that may be in the same queue, but they're just ahead. How do we separate the people who are building on spec and just want this lottery ticket because they're going to be uber wealthy if they find tenants, from those developers that maybe already have a lease in place or at least visibility on one? How do we as policymakers call balls and strikes there?
It is a really intractable problem, and I think that's why the commission is having to do so much work to figure out what are the right criteria. If I'm being very honest with you, the level of activity is causing a lot of this to be shifted to ERCOT to try to determine who's going to get an interconnection. Those decisions used to be made by the utility. And for better or for worse, there was the ability for more discretion there. And so if you have, a Texas Instruments come to you, you have a history of working with them, you know that they're going to execute on their project. If you have, Joe Q. landowner with a transmission line on his property who's never built a data center before, you have some discretion to bring to that. It's just getting increasingly difficult to work in that environment because you do need a centralized view of all the activity, which has to go to ERCOT, but ERCOT doesn't have that same visibility into, in my opinion, kind of the qualitative differences between the requests.
And I imagine a developer who's doing something on spec, if they win the lottery and you have an end user that says, hey, those guys are likely to get power, they have good dirt, they have a good interconnection, I need to go there because I'm way back in the queue over here. That's sort of a valid business model too, no?
Absolutely, and I think because of the race to market, it is, a lot of the companies that are in that AI space are looking to see who gets the interconnection and then they go partner with them. And that's a legitimate way to make sure that you get interconnected quickly and that you get capacity. There's no way to really stop that, but it has gotten to where I think we need to look at possible alternative models for how to allocate this capacity.
Rather than financial?
Rather than just everybody who's interested pays to play, because I think you're seeing continued oversubscription of that model.
And what is an alternative?
We're working through some ideas, but like I said, it's a very difficult set of issues.
You mentioned missing ramp rates, and you used an analogy about, doing a remodel on your home, I think.
Yes.
Which budget doubles, time frame doubles. What is an alternative to the 6-month ramp rate that you all are suggesting?
So again, the way that this was historically done, when you sign an interconnection agreement with the utility, you have ramp milestones in that interconnection agreement, and there are financial conditions associated with that. That's always existed. But if you're working diligently to get your project across the finish line and the utility sees that, they can work with you on that agreement. The way that the rules are envisioned right now, there's no flexibility to do that. So from our perspective, if you want an outside deadline on missing a ramp rate and you want something hard, a year would be more reasonable than 6 months. But even in that instance, there probably needs to be some ability to get a good cause exception. There just needs to, I understand the need to make this more uniform and egalitarian, but there's got to be some consideration for, you guys, most of you have done a plant tour of a manufacturing facility. They're massive. They're technically complex. Things like, geopolitical issues can
Yeah,
affect
wars,
timing, wars,
tariffs.
exactly.
Yeah.
Tariffs, labor shortages, all those things that are outside of a company's control. And when you're trying to execute on a project of that size, there just needs to be a way for those types of factors to be considered.
Supply chain issues, I mean, we could go on and on. So you used a good, what term did you use? I was thinking like a best efforts,
A
extension.
good cause exception.
Good cause
yes.
exception. So I think these are similar concepts. Like, hey, if there's a determination made that after the 6 months, you've been doing everything you can, you can get an extension of time, maybe.
Yes.
At the discretion of the agency. And I know that doesn't give you the certainty that you need, but at least it provides some level of discretion and
It's
the
more-
ability to work with your regulator.
It's more workable than the hard 6-month, and I understand and again, staff's putting out ideas at the commission to get feedback. So this was the idea that was put out. I think they're taking feedback on it now, so I don't want to indicate that this is like something where staff has dug in on this. They're working with us on it. But as much as you want to say to people who are looking for the golden ticket, okay, you've got the golden ticket, execute or give your capacity to somebody else, you've got to consider this other set of circumstances where there may be legitimate delays, and something like a year with a good cause exception is more workable for us.
And finally, I wanted to dig into your comments on 4CP. You knew that was coming.
You're being so nice, I knew it.
I know, I'm always nice. So on 4CP, you have members on both sides. You have winners and losers within your membership. Some that are able to avoid costs, some that are not. If you had to ballpark, what percentage of your members are on either side of the issue, what would that be?
So there's some data around this. ERCOT puts out a demand response report each year that looks at different capabilities in the market, and their most recent estimate for 4CP demand response total across the entire market is 3,000 megawatts on a 90,000 megawatt system. So about 3% of the market, period, does 4CP response. It is not, I don't know when this narrative started that all the industrials turn off and pay transmission, but the data just doesn't support that.
Of your members, though?
Yes.
That may be a different universe.
Well, so that is then broken down into different categories. A lot of the response comes from the commercial classes. Grocery stores, big box stores that have backup generation do 4CP response. Non-opt-in entities like municipally owned utilities do 4CP response. So let's say even the vast majority of that 3,000 megawatts is industrial. It's going to be, less than 20% of the industrial community is doing it. The vast majority of them are just sitting on the system paying full freight like everybody else.
So, and you said this at the outset of your comments, that you are for 4CP reform.
Yes.
Right? And would you agree with the statement that more frequency, just a general statement, that more frequency provides a more fair picture?
So adding CPs, adding coincident peaks that are evaluated will make it more difficult for anybody to completely avoid paying transmission. And I understand that's, an objective. And so it is not so much the number of CPs that we have a concern about. What we have a concern about is when you're arbitrarily assigning a CP snapshot to periods of the year that don't at all correspond to conditions that drive the need for new transmission. So if you are looking at transmission needs over the next 5 or 6 years, you look at how much transmission do I need to serve the combination of all of Katie's clients who run at 90% plus all the time, plus weather-sensitive load that fluctuates. And it's when that weather-sensitive load is at its highest, combined with our load, that's what you're building to serve. And so the snapshots, in our opinion, need to capture that dynamic. Whether it's 10, whether it's 12 is not really the issue. It's, are they going to be correlated to peak conditions on the system, or are you going to randomly assign them to an overnight period in March that doesn't drive the need for transmission?
And why would you not then want a 52-week or 365, a more frequent snapshot that will not be dependent on seasonality, on extreme events? Why would you not want a more frequent snapshot? Since most of your members, as you correctly point out, are, can't go down. And again,
Be-
and,
I'm going to be
Go-
very
go ahead.
honest with you, because they run at the same amount all the time. They
Mm-hmm.
run the same amount overnight. They run the same amount on a cool day in March as they do on a hot day in August. And so they're always, at a steady amount, but the other load that's weather sensitive varies. And if you take a snapshot when that weather sensitive load is not activated, it overrepresents our contribution to the peak demand. And it actually, in my view, unfairly shifts costs to the industrial class if you're looking at cost causation.
wouldn't that be the same for residential consumers?
It's funny,
Because their patterns don't change.
no, they do. They dramatically do.
Seasonally, maybe, but from year to year?
Well, yes, from year to year, it depends on what the weather pattern is from year to year. And certainly seasonally, a residential, my air conditioning is not running right now. You know what I mean? But
Right, but we
yeah.
have seasons every year,
Yes.
is what I'm pointing out. So that can't be the issue. We have seasons every year. Extreme weather events, we have a 1 in 10 standard, so we think that it's going to happen 1 in 10 years. We think maybe the frequency is increasing because of climate change, which I don't want to say out loud. But so again, back to the fundamental question: if you all are on all the time, why is it that you wouldn't want that clear snapshot to contemplate everybody's usage on a more frequent basis?
Because again, it's only when the entire system is using its combined maximum usage that causes the need for new transmission. The evidence shows that in most months of the year, outside of the 4 summer months and usually 1 floating month in December, January, February, it depends when that winter storm occurs each year. But there's usually 1 winter event, and then there's the 4 summer peaks. Those come close to the maximum demand on the system every single year. They're very predictable. But most other months, the maximum peak demand is 60 or 70% of the absolute system peak. So it is not representative of how customer classes use electricity when those peaks occur. The usage patterns for residential and weather-sensitive customers in March do not reflect the type of behavior that causes the need for new transmission.
Even with, okay. I think
It's
I don't understand what you just said, but
It's easier with like a whiteboard. I'll come by.
let's spend more time on it.
Okay.
Let's spend more time on it.
But thank you for the question.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but thank you, Katie. You and I have had conversations about transmission and costs and 4CP over the last 3 or 4 sessions is an understatement. But I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate your willingness on behalf of your the organizations that you represent to take a fresh look at this. I know the SB 6 directs the PUC to look at all costs associated, and you just testified that some of your customers are able to cut off and some are not, and some provide very essential services to this state, whether it be production in the Permian Basin or LNG on the coast. There are other advantages to our security than just trying to allocate transmission costs fairly. And so I'm glad the PUC is going to be looking at all of that. And so I think we need to look at the value added, if you will, these customers are given to the security of this state, in addition to just this actual trying to fairly allocate the transmission costs. I'm just wondering, I didn't ask this to the PUC or to OPUC, but have we considered something like maybe a fixed percentage of transmission costs, say 50% of transmission costs be allocated to all the classes, and then have the extra 50% be allocated on the basis of not 12 CP or something like that, so a different horizon. I'm just curious, have we thought about something like that?
So you're describing a concept that is very prevalent in the non-ERCOT areas that could be applied in ERCOT as well. It's called average and excess 4CP.
I'm sorry, would you
It's called
repeat that?
average and excess 4CP.
Average and excess?
Yeah, A&E 4CP, and it's just, I think it's an interesting note that even in the non-ERCOT areas, 4CP is the primary tool that's used to figure out who gets allocated costs during the periods of variability, because it really does tend to align with system peak conditions in an absolute way. But the way that works is they have some portion of the costs that are allocated based on average usage, and then some portion of the costs that are allocated based on what they call the system load factor, which is how variable your system is, and that is based on it's a peak demand allocation. So those types of methodologies do exist. What I would say is all this stuff sounds really simple, and I don't envy being in your shoes. And I mean, I hear all the affordability. It's a real concern, and it needs to be your focus, and I understand that. But there's a lot to regulated rate design and cost allocation, and I would just say I think the PUC is really trying to do this in a measured and fair way, and I would hope that they're allowed to finish that analysis and come back with recommendations.
Well, we appreciate your willingness to work on this issue. I think it's clearly a topic that everybody on this dais and everybody in the legislature it's very important to them, to make sure we try to have a fair way to allocate these costs that are coming. And so appreciate your continued work on that issue and what your testimony is today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McQueenie? Nope.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good. We've covered 4CP enough.
Okay. Would you like some coffee?
Mr. Chairman, I've got water
Thank you.
in a sippy cup.
Members, other questions of this panel? No? Y'all got off easy. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. So we did them. Hang on. There we go.
No, that's not the right one. I was just seeing if someone else would pop up.
Oh.
I don't know why Julia's on this committee.
So we doing. That one? Okay. All right. Chair calls Julia Harvey, Taylor Kilroy, Jason Ryan. Julia, we're going to start with you. If you just for the record state your name and who you represent and proceed with your opening comments, and we will go through the whole panel in that manner and then go back to questions.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Julia Harvey on behalf of Texas Electric Cooperatives, the trade association representing electric co-ops operating in Texas. Electric co-ops are grateful to the legislature for giving us the tools through Senate Bill 6 to manage the integration of large loads in a manner that's reliable, that allows ERCOT to plan to the true need, that endeavors to insulate consumers from cost increases, and that creates a level playing field to better facilitate this industry. We commend the Commission and ERCOT and all of the staff that have contributed to this complex implementation, which is ongoing. Regarding that, I just have a couple of points. So first, as you've heard, a key objective of Senate Bill 6 is to create a framework that strikes a balance that protects ratepayers while supporting business development. And part of achieving that involves imposing uniform financial commitments to demonstrate the viability of a project and to protect consumers from stranded costs, and we agree with that premise. However, we do understand the concerns around non-refundable payments that may deter legitimate projects, particularly early on when the project may not have all the information it needs to make an informed decision. So as you've heard in this rulemaking, it's all about where you draw the line in terms of who's in and who's out of the planning process. Going forward, in our opinion, clearly that standard needs to be higher than what we have today, because we know, and the ERCOT and the PUC have stated, that the recently published load forecast is not reflective of reality. And then at the same time, the standard should not be punitive. We want as many real projects to move through the planning process as possible. And that's because the responsible integration of large loads in co-op areas is an opportunity that we don't think rural Texas can miss. So simply put, we have fixed costs to operate our systems. The more kilowatt hours we sell, the more those costs can be spread over a larger customer base. We can put downward pressure on the costs borne by other consumers, and it can improve the livelihood of the people we serve and help modernize the infrastructure, and that's good news. That said, again, it is a balance. As you've heard, ERCOT is poised for significant transmission investment, and there's a legitimate concern that the projects driving that need may not materialize or may otherwise not pay, and that can be seen in black and white in that load forecast. So to address that, we need reasonable but high qualifications to enter the planning process, and SB 6 requires cost allocation reform. Under the current paradigm, the 4CP method, co-ops have benefited from that. But with the magnitude of the forthcoming investment, we appreciate the need for change, and we're open to supplements to the 4CP that are non-bypassable, such as charges assessed based on non-coincident peak or based on energy consumption. And we'd like to better understand how that minimum transmission charge concept could work for co-ops, and the inquiry on that is ongoing. Ultimately, with the full implementation of SB 6, we believe co-ops can access an exceptional opportunity that can help our areas thrive, and the best way to facilitate that is certainty in the rules, and so we're looking forward to that as the implementation continues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Julia. Go to Taylor. Same deal. Just state your name, who you're with, and then proceed to your opening comments.
Of course. Thank you, Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, members, and staff. My name is Taylor Kilroy, Executive Director of the Texas Public Power Association, testifying neutrally. TPPA represents 72 municipally owned electric utilities, I'm going to call them MOUs, and other publicly owned electric systems that provide power to over 5 million Texans. Large loads, specifically data centers, present both opportunities and challenges. Several of our members have already connected data centers to the ERCOT grid. Some have been operating for many years now, and many are currently working with data center developers of all sizes. MOUs statewide exemplify Texas's open for business mentality, and data centers can be a big part of this, bringing economic growth opportunities, particularly for small towns. But utilities cannot blindly seek to interconnect every data center that inquires, and we must protect our existing customers from bearing stranded costs from large loads that don't materialize. Many MOUs have adopted or are considering adopting specific protections, including utilizing a dedicated rate class, requiring long-term power purchase agreements, setting a minimum bill amount with contracted demand levels, requiring payment of exit fees, and setting standards for when a data center cannot drop from service. We appreciate that current law allows MOUs to adopt these protections for our customers. While it is too early to speak to the PUC's final decisions and some of the key Senate Bill 6 rulemakings, like interconnection standards and transmission cost recovery, we're encouraged by the process so far. And I want to echo some of the previous witnesses that PUC and ERCOT both have been fantastic and transparent and diligent, and we appreciate their transparency and collaboration. That said, we also recognize that this process has resulted in many projects being delayed, some for several years, and we agree that swift action from the PUC and ERCOT is needed to set durable standards and provide lasting clarity to those on both sides of an interconnection agreement, the large load and the utility provider. With that in mind, we do have several concerns with the implementation of Senate Bill 6, concerns that we've publicly brought up in filed comments with the PUC, so no surprises here today. For instance, we're concerned about the Commission's reduction in the amount of costs borne by large loads when interconnecting to the grid. While we don't think the state should create needless financial roadblocks against large loads developing here, we remain concerned that significant limitations on a utility's ability to recover the cost to interconnect large loads could result in other customers picking up the difference. To that same end, we're also concerned that in the transmission cost recovery rulemaking, the PUC has limited its study to programs that function similarly to the current 4 coincident peak program, while more substantive changes have largely gone unstudied, such as the total energy consumption method, the non-coincident peak methodology, or implementing a cost ceiling for non-large load customers, each of which was recommended by other stakeholders. These ideas deserve study even if they are not the ultimate solution chosen. Exclusively focusing on moving from 4 CP to some other number CP limits the Commission's ability to deliver on real cost relief to customers. Like all of you, we'll be watching the PUC's final rules on these matters closely. Appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Jason?
Yes, sir.
Just state your name and who you're with and begin with your opening comments.
Thank you, Chairman King. I'm Jason Ryan, Executive Vice President at CenterPoint Energy. Pleased to be invited here today to talk about how Senate Bill 6 is taking shape down in Houston. As most of you know, we are a transmission and distribution utility based in the Houston area where we have the privilege to serve almost 3 million homes and businesses. And I thought before I get into the specific benefits that we see through your hard work on Senate Bill 6, I'd provide a little context about the growth that we're seeing there. Because that growth is what is really going to drive home the benefits of these large customers coming online. Importantly, in Houston, it's a diverse set of factors that are driving that growth. I'll start with people. While we've been here, if today's an average day, about 20 people have moved to Houston. In the last 2 years, more than 300,000 people moved to Houston. That's counting domestic migration and international migration. It's a tremendous amount of growth just caused by people. And second, in Houston, we've been connecting large loads to the grid since before it was cool to talk about. We have significant growth in energy and manufacturing. Houston makes things. And all you have to do is look at the stats of our port to see that. We're not one of those ports that brings in a lot of goods and has empty shipping containers stacking up until they can be taken away somewhere else. Houston exports things all around the world. We are now the top exporting region in the country. And if you look at it just by economics of what Houstonians build and refine and send around the world, it is more than the next 2 ports combined. It's more than the value of what goes out of the New York port and the Los Angeles port combined in Houston. And we're not done growing yet. In fact, as we start to dig into SB 6 and the benefits of growth, that growth that we're seeing in Houston is what leads us to have the lowest TDU rates of any utility in ERCOT. That growth is a benefit. It brings down costs to everybody. So when people hear about large loads connecting to the grid, the first reaction is one of concern. Is this going to cause my bill to go up? You all, I'm sure, have had those conversations with your constituents. We talk to customers about that often. But if we have good policy and if we manage this right, it's actually the opposite. That growth will lead to benefits on the bill. That's because our grid is largely made up of things that are fixed costs. We have poles, wires, substations, and the incremental cost to add another customer doesn't exceed the benefit of adding that customer as it relates to those new customers taking up more of those fixed costs. Imagine if this room were customers on the grid, and I needed to collect a total of $1 from this room, and I'm only charging people that are sitting in seats. The people that are sitting in those seats would probably rather have people sitting in the empty ones to soak up the cost of that $1. If you brought in people to sit in all of the empty seats, the amount per customer that I have to charge that $1 to goes down. Now, if they have to Uber here, and if everybody in here had to pay for their Uber, that'd be different. But what SB 6 does is says any incremental cost of these large customers to connect to the grid are paid by that connecting customer, not by everybody else. So what SB 6 does is it fills up the seats. The incremental costs are paid for by the people connecting to the grid, and everybody behind me in that example, their costs would go down. And so what we've done is calculate based on the growth that we're seeing in Houston, assuming that the batch process works out and everybody is able to connect to the grid on their timeline, we would expect costs for residential customers to go down by nearly $4 billion if you look at it on a 10-year look. That's substantial. Growth is the single largest thing that can be done to address affordability. I don't have the papers sitting in front of me that you all did on if you change 4CP, what those benefits are. I think they're dwarfed by the benefits of growth. Because the $4 billion I'm talking about is if you don't make any changes to 4CP, right? So I do think that we often talk about SB 6 as protecting residential customers. It does much more than that. It benefits them. And so I just wanted to share our view of that with you all today. Another benefit is that these customers that are connecting are paying for more modern infrastructure, better infrastructure, and all residential customers will benefit from that too. And I'm not even going to get into the tax benefit that they bring to the local communities. So none of this happens by accident. It comes from good policy and good management. I'll close by saying, as it relates to making sure we can continue to add new large customers to the grid post batch zero. And I do want to thank the PUC and ERCOT for all of the hard work and all of the focus on batch zero. I want to focus a little bit more on batch one, what's next. And I mentioned that adding new customers to a fixed cost system brings tremendous benefits. If a utility has existing capacity that can take on more customers than gets into batch zero, I think we need to think about how to get those customers on as soon as possible so that they can meet their timelines and residential customers can continue to get the benefit of that growth. If the only thing holding them back is waiting for a batch, I think we need to revisit that. So just foreshadowing some discussions I think we'll have as the batch process moves forward. But again, appreciate PUC's and ERCOT's hard work to get us where we are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Jason. Members, questions of this panel? I've got a couple. Julia, first one really is for you because, I live in co-op land. And we talk a lot about ERCOT, but I don't live in ERCOT. But I have a lot of co-ops. And there's a lot of these large loads coming up there. Could you just talk a little bit about the co-op role? Because you're outside of ERCOT up there, and obviously you still have to deal with PUC, but when these large loads want to interconnect, there is a role that the co-op has to play in that scenario, correct?
Yes, Chairman. The co-op would directly interface with the large load and evaluate, the upgrades that are needed to interconnect them, the costs around that, and they would conduct the reliability studies in conjunction with the transmission provider.
So, but when you do the interconnect and you are part of that process, where our power, particularly up there, doesn't come from Texas, it comes from SPP largely. Do you how does this additional power? Do you see it benefiting the excess power benefiting the constituency up there because there's more power?
Right. Thank you for the question. And I think the presumption is that the large loads will bring their own generation potentially. And so that would result in additional power available. I think there's potentially a lot of benefits related to that because on the one hand, it can defray transmission expansion because the generation is there and the load can be modeled with a reduced withdrawal limit. And I think it would depend on how the rules are set up regarding the role that generator plays in the actual market. And I don't know if the rules in SPP are final on that.
I don't think they are. That's why I was asking you if you had any insight for me, because the thing of it is out where we live, we know that, where I live, that there's not excess power. You know, I mean, it's doing all it can do to do what we do on a regular basis, but we're going to have excess power, and that excess power has to go somewhere. And if it's not going back into ERCOT, and it's, you know, how do you capture that power and put it back in our grid outside of ERCOT when the grid is not powered by the state?
Right, so if the load is located outside of ERCOT with its generator, it's not eligible to sell into ERCOT. But in the other market, the neighboring market, there may be programs or products available that can kind of help monetize that generation or, you know, take advantage of it. But again, yeah, we can look into that for you and see what the alternatives are.
Okay, thank you for that. This next question, I should have actually asked Katie. I may have to call her back over here and get her opinion. You know, I hear a lot of concern on the batch process, and everybody that comes before this committee, almost every one of you, the last hearing and this one, tell me what a great job ERCOT and PUC are doing, and going through this batch process when that's not necessarily what you tell me privately, that you've got issues. And you know, I get it. You don't want to bash the agencies because you don't want to paint a target on your back. But if you don't tell us how the batch process is impeding business, there's nobody on this committee that can help you. So my question is this, and it's something I keep hearing. Because of the data center that's new, data centers are new, and they have all this large load potential that I think everybody agrees that most of it isn't going to happen. It's, you know, there's tens of these things, not thousands of these things. So, but with pulling all large load customers, traditional large load customers, oil and gas, manufacturing, all of them, into this batch process, are we risking impeding businesses coming to Texas because they're going to get caught up in a system where they can't build? Jason?
Yes.
Say your name.
Yes, Jason Ryan, CenterPoint. Yes, the answer to the question is yes, we are risking that. And that's why I think there's still a lot of complicated things to deal with in batch zero. People are working hard on that. They're taking our concerns and systematically addressing them. I'm sure they won't be able to address them all. But I'm most concerned about what's next, because the batch process is not a transition to get us from one place to another. It is the new process. And the minute I have to start shrugging my shoulders when I talk to customers about what I think the process is post-batch zero, the more they're going to be coming to you. I don't want a close sign on the state after batch zero. And while I don't think that's anybody's intent, and we have to focus on batch zero, what's in front of us right now, we do need to start looking. And I know that they know that. You know, in a different economy, I do have some concerns that the hurdles that we're putting in place, properly so, to weed out customers that aren't real, could be too much for a manufacturer that just wants to expand an existing facility, and could easily just jump the border to Louisiana and build it there if we're going to make them wait. And that's why I made the point on, if we have existing capacity, if the only thing holding that customer from being able to expand or come to this state is the batch process, I think we have to take that into account. It doesn't mean that there's something fundamentally wrong with the batch process. We just have to take those individual characteristics into account.
So you say that you don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with the batch process. Well, I don't know how you could point to what is wrong with it when nobody knows what the hell's in it. That's why it's zero. I'm trying to figure out, you know, we are supposed to get rules in June on batch zero. Nobody's even really started on batch one yet, that if I'm understanding all this testimony correctly. So I guess we're attracting new customers on rumor and innuendo? Because you can't sit here and explain to me what batch zero is going to look like in June. You have no certainty of batch zero at all.
Jason Ryan, Centerpoint. We're not starting from nothing. I'd say the rules are still being developed, and we have great understanding today which of our customers would qualify for batch zero if what's in front of us today are the final rules. And we are working through a process with ERCOT and PUC to clarify and change some of those rules based on what we think should be included in batch zero versus not. So it's not a complete guess from our perspective. We've got more clarity today than we did in January when people just started, right? Because ERCOT has put information out there and has gone through a cadence of stakeholder meetings to refine that. I do think there's work to be done, but as it becomes more clear over the coming weeks, because I think it will be weeks, and then it's going to be very clear what the final rules are. Once you know that you're not in batch zero, it's going to become more important to understand than batch one and 1 through N, right? What does that look like? What's the timeline? If you're telling me I can't get an extension cord to connect to the grid in batch zero, then when can I? And that's where I'm concerned, but I know that the concerns will be addressed as soon as we have time to move our attention to batch 1 through however many batches. I just wanted to flag that as it's increasingly important. We are getting calls every day from people that want to invest in this state and have certainty around batch 1. I'm sure you all are too. And I think that's going to be the next challenge that we have to bite off.
So I think, you know, my concern is this, you know, Senate Bill 6, I think, you know, certainly had some good things in it. And I will say that I believe that this committee in the House made it better and more functional. My real problem is this reminds me of another committee I served a decade on, which was public ed, also a complicated issue. We got rid of the old accountability system because nobody understood it. We created A through F, and now nobody understands that crap. And I worry that we're complicating this so much that we're impeding business. You know, the goal of Senate Bill 6 was to regulate responsibly, not impede progress. And so what I'm asking of everybody that testifies and is listening to this, I'm not bashing on ERCOT or PUC. They're doing what they were told to do to the best of their ability, and I believe that. But all of you have a thought somewhere deep down that you don't want to share of what would make this go better. And it's time to help PUC and ERCOT get there if we're going to accomplish what we set out to do. Because if we don't do it, the legislature's going to be back deciding how we can fix it, and that's probably never a good idea. So anyway, but I do appreciate your comments. I appreciate, and Julia, I would like a little more info on the co-op realm. Oh, Mr. Raymond.
Yes, sir. Chairman, I had some questions and comments. It just seems to me, Chairman, that we probably need to do another hearing after June, but I think it will work out. You know, I just do. I think that I have little doubt that any of you who have sat at these panels or are sitting out there and have any interest or ideas or concerns, that they have been conveyed to PUC. I doubt they have not. So I'm not concerned that PUC is not getting information and input that they need in trying to figure this out. So that's what I think. I think it will work out, and with reference to losing business or interest in Texas, I just don't think that'll happen either. Texas is a place people want to come. They want to invest. They're not going to invest millions of dollars unless they think it makes sense. And in terms of data centers, and much of why we, I think, talk about the importance of them, those that argue the importance, it has to do with America being competitive worldwide. So we're going to have those data centers in the United States of America. So that's the most important thing, if that's what you're arguing. Now, how many of them are in Texas? There will be plenty, in my opinion. How many do we have already? Does anybody in the panel know? How many we have in Texas already? A bunch.
I think I've read recently 300.
Yeah. we've got 300 already in Texas. We will have more. So I really wouldn't worry too much about that. I think it will work out. We have to put, some faith in the agencies. We give them as much direction as we can through legislation. We count on them to try to work that up. Most of them that are working on these issues are smarter and more informed than most of the legislators on this panel or the rest of our colleagues. So I think it'll work out. And again, there may be some growing pains. Maybe we won't have 1,000 data centers in Texas. Maybe we'll only have 500 or 600. But I promise you, it's going to happen. Okay? That's what I think. Now, I want to ask Jason real quick if you could just clarify for me when you talked about the whole, one of the benefits about SB 6 being that consumers would benefit, about the empty seats, full seats, all that stuff. Did I hear you throw the $4 billion figure or something like that?
Yes, sir, over a 10-year period.
Right. And is that, just to be clear, when you say when the existing customers would not have to bear the burden of the 300 people that just moved into Houston in the last 30 minutes or whatever, right? Is that what you said?
It wasn't quite 300, but yes, sir, yes.
I thought you said 300.
It was about 20.
20, 300 at the day, at the end of the day.
One person every 6 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so that those people, that the existing customers don't have to pay for, what that means, right, in terms of additional cost. Is that right?
The incremental cost to add them to the grid doesn't outweigh the benefit of adding them to the grid. So as you're adding residential customers or
Right.
large customers, you're absorbing more of those fixed costs that exist and bringing down the rate for everyone.
Okay. All right. Now, can I ask Julie something real quick, kind of a side note on co-ops? When I had a rural district, which is where I grew up in a small town, and I had 7 rural counties, and my parents grew up in the country. They didn't grow up in a little town. They grew up out in the country. So my mother, who grew up in Stark County, didn't have electricity till she was 9. She did because of electric co-ops. So that was kind of Lyndon Johnson, all that stuff, getting the electric co-ops going. It's a different world now. Now I represent Laredo, but my district has now become where, although AEP, our go-to, but Medina, is Medina one of your members?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Medina now has a good, acreage-wise, a good part of my district, right? Because Laredo has grown, my district has grown, and development is, it's for us, it's a lot. Jason mentioned trade moving in and out of Houston, not more than Laredo. Laredo is #1, right, in the country. So, and that's going to continue. Our two trade bridges are going to expand, and the completion dates are, for the big one is July of '28, and then which is the World Trade Bridge, Columbia, and down the road there, 18 miles up, not far behind. So we're around 17 to 20,000 trucks a day. By then, they think it's going to be 40 to 50,000 trucks a day. So we have a lot of development going on, and I have concerns, and I don't know if I mentioned to you, or I don't remember if you were in the meeting we had where I had PUC, and I had Medina, and I had some folks from Laredo. There is concern, my folks in Laredo, in that Medina, although it is a co-op, it starts in Medina County, right, which is over, or Hondo, that area, west of San Antonio. Do you remember how many, speaking of data centers, how many they have there? I think it's 10 or 11, something like that.
I don't have that number offhand.
It's around 10. Let's just say it's around 10 that are in the Medina co-op area that they're, right? So, so I guess what's happening with co-ops, and I'd be interested just your thoughts on this, because the chairman, he's all co-ops up there. I mean, our co-ops, as I said, were established to help people like my mother who lived out in the country, right? But now the cities are catching up to the country. So you have a Medina co-op, electric co-op with 10 data centers just west of San Antonio. And is that happening more and more with your co-ops? First of all, I want to ask you about that.
Sure, and Julia Harvey with Texas Electric Cooperatives. I wouldn't say it's across the board. I think some areas are more appealing than others for a variety of factors, but we are seeing growth, yes.
Well, and I guess that's probably going to be happening up there in the Panhandle, right? I mean, in those areas, because you're having data centers that are either being built or contemplating being built out there. What's Governor Perry's deal? Remember what's he got going? Any up not your further north of you. But anyway, so you guys are you're now in the big business, big load business, right? Not just rural areas, correct?
Yes, sir, and it's not necessarily a new phenomenon. We've served large industrial loads historically, but this data center, proliferation is relatively new.
Okay, so in Laredo, what we're concerned about, and Trey Grebe and those folks at Medina, really impressive folks. But as we're growing in Laredo, right, we need to make sure that Medina can take care of that growth area, right? That they make it a priority. It's a priority for us. Obviously, it's a priority for us. We need it to be a priority for them as well. And for example, I'm saying it here, but not in a mean way, but they're looking at building a new office or an office in Laredo or close to Laredo. And I suggested to them, well, if you're going to do that, you really should do it not out in the country, in the part of Laredo or Webb County where you're not going to have a whole lot of customers. You really should put that office, as an example, in the area where we have all this growth, where you're going to have the biggest part of what you have to deal with. Little things like that, because I asked the PUC, and I'll ask you, who determines what the service area is, what the coverage area is? Nobody really knew, because I guess it happened so long ago. Maybe you know. What I was told when I asked the question to PUC, I said, can I change the area with legislation? And they said, if you want to. Or of course, in our case, like AEP and Medina have exchanged some areas, right? So what is your understanding of how service areas are determined these days?
Yes, thank you. Julia Harvey with the Electric Co-ops. Thank you for your questions. I guess to answer the service area question, yes, those were determined by the PUC when they established certificated geographic service areas that define...
Many years ago.
Yes, in the past, yes.
Many years ago.
Right.
Probably, would it be fair to say that with the co-ops, that was pretty largely rural areas when they were doing that?
That's probably fair, yes.
Yes, okay. So the dynamic of co-ops has changed because Texas has grown so much, because there are people coming in and there are businesses coming in, et cetera. So, and you're smart and you guys are sophisticated. So we need you to be sophisticated about Laredo. I'm being the Laredo state rep right now. But since we move so much trade through Laredo, it's important for the whole state and for the whole country. You see?
Yes.
So
I can offer you the utmost assurance that Medina is prepared to serve those loads with their transmission provider. And the entry of those loads is a wonderful opportunity for the other people served by Medina. And the co-op, like other utilities, evolves over time, and they are equipped to serve those loads. And we'll continue to work with you in your office.
It's not really working with me in my office. It's working with the people who are coming online. It's working with where the development is happening, because that's who I hear from. It's not our offices. It's the people that we represent. It's the businesses that we're attracting that we represent. We have billions of dollars being invested in Laredo right now because of that world trade, right? And it's all, much of it, of course, is growing to the north. And so the more that happens, the more we're dealing with a co-op. And so we just need to understand, for us, and again, by extension, that's the state and the country, it's really important that the folks that we have in Laredo or coming in from other parts of the country or the world and investing there, that Medina is like hey, man, we care just as much about you guys as we used to care about your mother out in Stark County, you know? Okay, thanks.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Jason to revisit a statement you made as it relates to the cost that's not transferred over to the existing customer, but that the growth, that growth accommodates the entire structure. So you're keeping those funds segregated so we can actually see what the new business cost is to connect versus your existing customers? I mean, how do we measure that? Because I heard you, and I remember your analogy about the seats filled and the seats unfilled, but as a customer, it's really hard for me to figure out how you would not, those wouldn't be rolled together, and how do I figure out what my real cost is and what the additional cost is?
Sure. And it may be a visit in your office where I can do a little bit more explanation, but at a high level, some proof points of that are, as of April 1st of this year, the variable portion of the bill that we charge is a little bit less than 5 cents per kilowatt hour. If you go back to the last 10, 12 years, on average, it's been about that. So, in other words, about 5 cents per kilowatt hour. And so there are not many things that you were paying for in 2014 that cost about the same today, even though we have added, it hasn't been a million homes and businesses, but it's been many hundreds of thousands. We add about 50,000 meters a year. And so that is one important driver that has kept the bill relatively flat as we have spent more on resilience and improving the service to our customers. And so that's just one proof point of the growth has really helped to be a downward pressure on the bill. At the same time, we've ramped up the spend on resilience as the utilities have across the state. That hasn't resulted in only additions to the bill because you've got growth being a significant downward pressure at the same time.
So you're saying volume is compensating for this? I mean, is that what you're suggesting?
Right. Adding more customers to the denominator when the top number is largely fixed allows us to have pretty stable rates in a time where we have increased spend on resilience of the system, for example.
And so with this growth, can you, I guess I'm curious, you say you're at 5 cents now a kilowatt, and so the growth would be growth at the 5 cent kilowatt, and so the new business coming in, what does it cost? What does that look like?
So as we adjust rates several times during the year, we take into account that growth in customers.
Right.
And so, again, the denominator constantly changes over time as we adjust rates, and it's what has been keeping that volumetric rate on an average basis around 5 cents. I think it's 4.99 cents today.
Okay. I'd like to visit about that because.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, further questions to this panel? Seeing none, thank y'all for being here. Fuckery.
And I don't know why the other two aren't.
Oh.
up on there, but
All right. All right. Chair calls Cameron Porsulton, Michael McNamara, Ray Bakfakori, Carrie Collier Brown. Cameron, we're going to start with you. Same drill, state your name, who you're with, and give us your opening comments, and we'll go down the line, and then we'll come back for questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. For the record, my name is Cameron Persultan with the Data Center Coalition, the National Membership Association for the U.S. Data Center Industry, representing the leading data center owners and operators. A vast majority of DCC's members, companies maintain teams, operations, and infrastructure in Texas, and 11 companies are headquartered right here in the state. I want to thank this committee for your continued engagement and for your recent letter to the PUC on the interconnection process. As you mentioned, Chairman, I also want to express genuine gratitude to the PUC and ERCOT for their work on SB 6 implementation. I think part of the challenge now is that we're trying to build the plane while we fly it. The current regulatory landscape wasn't designed for this pace of growth, and that does not go unnoticed. DCC was an engaged partner during SB 6's development, and we are here today in the same spirit. While we recognize that grid planning and management are ultimately the responsibility of utilities, ERCOT, and the PUC, DCC is dedicated to helping advance an affordable, reliable grid that supports economic growth in Texas. Our members are committed to paying for their electricity they consume and their share of infrastructure costs for generating and delivering that electricity to their facilities. This commitment helps ensure that Texas homes, businesses, and the local communities are held harmless for new infrastructure caused by large customers. As PUC and ERCOT implement SB 6, transparent and equitable electricity rates are essential. Sound rate-making principles have served Texas well across periods of load growth and flat demand, and they are equally important now. We support cost causation, non-discrimination, and limits on cross-subsidization. Costs should be allocated to those who cause them, regardless of their industry or end use. Financial requirements should be evidence-based and correspond to actual utility risk exposure, not duplicative or disconnected from real costs. That is how you protect ratepayers while continuing to attract modern economic development in Texas. On the batch process, DCC believes it is a positive step forward towards streamlining grid interconnection. However, it must be structured efficiently. As noted in the committee's recent letter, mature projects that have already been studied and contributed towards system upgrades should be able to move towards energization with clarity and confidence. Batch sizes should also keep pace with the market demand and prioritize projects that demonstrate commercial readiness. That is how SB 6 delivers on its promise. Further, we are closely monitoring how PUC and ERCOT define the regulatory pathway for net metering and bring your own generation arrangements under SB 6. Our members' first preference is always be a part of the grid. However, given the length and uncertainty of the current batch study timelines, these arrangements have become a viable alternative for projects with near-term operational needs. Where ERCOT has visibility into a project's grid impact, those projects should not face unnecessary delays due to process gaps or regulatory uncertainty. A well-defined pathway would support both grid reliability and investment planning. This moment presents significant implications for U.S. national security, global competitiveness, economic growth, and our nation's ability to win the global AI race. The opportunity to lead the nation and secure significant jobs, economic development, and tax benefits offered by data center development is directly in front of us, and Texas has never backed down from a challenge. I appreciate the opportunity to build on my colleague Dan's testimony from a couple weeks ago and to give a specific focus on SB 6. I look forward to your questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. All right. Michael, just for the record, state your name, who you represent, and please proceed.
Michael McNamara with Lancium. I'm the CEO and co-founder. And thank you, Chair, and all the members of the committee for the opportunity to come back. It's great to see everyone again. I understand we're doing blackjack metaphors today, so I'll try to keep that going. We are an infrastructure developer exclusively in West Texas. We provide the land, the civil, and critically the power infrastructure for major customers like Crusoe, OpenAI, and many other hyperscalers. I'll reiterate some of the points I had at the last testimony, which is ERCOT is doing a good job with a very complex issue of SB6 and the batch process. Our critical point is that the system is currently sold out, and ERCOT needs more power, not just for data centers, but for economic growth in general. And the best way to do that is to accommodate more wires and more loads and more generation. And if you had loads such as ours who have made a financial commitment, those regional planning group upgrades should proceed as fast as possible. And the best policy to pay for new transmission is customers who are willing to pay, which us and our customers are willing to do so. I talked a little bit out of school last time about our water plan because it's not quite buttoned up, but we're very close. And the way it will work is the customers and ourselves have the capital to invest in water infrastructure that water authorities previously did not. And there are many scenarios we can give back much, much more water than we ever consume and fix water shortage and scarcity problems for generations to come. Also, all of our customers are mandated to use closed-loop systems. A $40 billion data center uses less water than a hotel. I'm here to take any questions, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for that. Ray, just for the record, state your name and who you represent, and please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ray Fakori, Energy Policy Manager with Amazon Web Services. Thank you to the Chair, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee. Really appreciate the opportunity to come here today to speak a bit about SB6 and the economic developments that folks in our large load space are looking to deploy here in Texas. AWS, if you are not familiar with Amazon Web Services, is the largest provider of cloud computing services. We are celebrating our 20-year anniversary this year as a business, where we serve folks from across the economic spectrum in healthcare, financial services, really ensuring that folks like first responders and utilities have access to their data wherever they need it. We believe that economic development must be the central tenet of the legislative and regulatory process that are impacting large load deployments and the energy needed to power them, including interconnection reform, new energy generation investments, and grid modernization. Texas has earned its place as a premier destination for data center investments. Decades of pro-business policies, competitive electricity markets, and abundant natural resources, as well as a skilled workforce, has enabled that. And we're thankful that Senate Bill 6 from last session was able to help provide that certainty that we need to continue expanding. Now, while AWS may be new to Texas, our Amazon.com investments are not. We've spent over $100 billion of economic activity here in Texas since 2010, and we look forward to continuing to grow here in the state. Just really to set the record straight and to highlight that Amazon does pay its full cost of service for the energy that we use. That's also for the transmission and the grid upgrades that are required to serve our load. We joined the White House Ratepayer Protection Pledge earlier this year to reflect the commitments that we embody and to really continue bringing a lot of opportunities to the state as well. So I think from our standpoint, we really want to continue driving economic growth here. We want to continue serving as a good neighbor as we make our investments. And we also try to ensure that we're being a good steward of the grid by ensuring that the loads that we are bringing are 100% backed up with emergency generation in the off chance that there is an emergency where we can contribute and play a role in supporting the grid. Because the last thing that we need here is to have any sort of grid concern or grid outages that ultimately create some challenges. I think key for us in the discussion of implementation of Senate Bill 6 is that we keep economic development at the top of mind and that we work to ensure that the projects that are entering the queue are of high quality so that ultimately we have a more predictable timeline to getting from the beginning of the queue cycle to the end. I think that goes from not necessarily just the forecasting requirements that may require some standardization in the process as we move through the batch system, but also things like the criteria that is required to bring forward a project, as well as the timelines and shot clock required for when studies are returned back to customers. And so ultimately, from our standpoint, we want to make sure that the projects that are ready to be built are ones that are able to progress the most quickly and that we don't delay in our race to win the AI race. So I'll stop there for questions and appreciate the time of the committee.
Thank you very much. Carrie, just for the record, please state your name and who you represent, and then proceed with your comments.
Great. Carrie Collier-Brown on behalf of Crusoe Technologies. Chairman King and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. Crusoe is a vertically integrated AI infrastructure company that designs, builds, and operates data center campuses that are directly interconnected to the grid, and our other projects are co-located with existing and or new generation resources. Crusoe takes an energy-first approach to digital infrastructure and is already deeply invested in Texas. Crusoe built and is building data centers, including the Stargate facility, which is a 1.2 gigawatt campus in Abilene, Texas, in partnership with Lancium. And the scale of capital commitment reflects the seriousness with which Crusoe approaches its operations in the state. So we appreciate the opportunity to talk with you all today about the economic benefits of data center development in Texas and the implementation of Senate Bill 6 that is currently going through rulemakings at the PUC and at ERCOT in conjunction with the transition to a batch study process. Crusoe supports the goals of Senate Bill 6, including balancing protection of existing ratepayers with the promotion of continued economic development and investment in Texas. The statutory framework that was codified in Senate Bill 6 reflects a carefully calibrated set of objectives, and Crusoe commends the legislature for establishing clear policy direction on large load interconnection standards, net metering, and the transmission cost allocation, that 4CP we were talking about earlier. So Crusoe is participating in those rulemakings and at the batch study process at ERCOT. Enjoy seeing all my friends every week at different ERCOT workshops. So today, Crusoe's pipeline has about 3 gigawatts of large loads that have completed the technical review at ERCOT under the existing process, where the interconnecting utility conducts the studies and then submits it to ERCOT for review, and are now working their way through posting the financial security for any necessary upgrades to the transmission system. And those are on track under the current process for energization by the end of 2028. So these are real projects with real capital invested, with energization dates that are coming up in the next couple of years. So regulatory certainty is crucial to ensure that these projects can stay on track. So I wanted to talk about just 2 issues or 2 things to highlight. Overall, we commend ERCOT and the commission staff. These are all very complicated issues, and I feel like a lot of what we're doing is building what the grid is going to look like for the next 20 years or beyond. So the first issue is, so talking about Planning Guide Revision Request 145, or PIGR 145, that's the proposed rule to do batch zero. This is intended to be, the transition to make sure that all of the large loads that are currently in the queue are actually ready to, be served within the next couple of years. So our concern is, and the thing we wanted to highlight is making sure that the timelines proposed for that batch zero restudy align with the Senate Bill 6 net metering timelines. So Senate Bill 6 requires that for large loads that are co-located with an existing generator, that ERCOT reviews that proposal in 120 days, sends it over to the PUC for review within another 60 days. It's a 180-day timeline right there. And we have some concerns and are working through that with ERCOT and the PUC to make sure that those projects that are ready for that net metering review don't get held up and have to go through get delayed in batch zero, which would mean not getting studied or getting results of batch zero until February of 2027, and then having to wait for that to then go through the net metering review. So that can mean like a 12 to 18-month delay for projects that under the current rules would be ready to go through that process now. The other issue was to make sure that thinking about aligning the large load interconnection financial standards, what's proposed to be a $50,000 per megawatt financial commitment. Crusoe is supportive and thinks that's about the right amount, but has some concerns about the non-refundability of that. And we thought about this, that it's really in conjunction with the the goal to revise that method, that 4CP methodology. So you want to make sure on the front end that there's a financial security along with other developmental milestones to ensure that you're dissuading speculative load requests, because, that clogs up the line that, our projects are in. And making sure that only real projects are sort of, going to get through, and there's infrastructure built for those. And then on the back end, once those customers are connected to the grid, that they're paying their fair share of upgrades. And our perspective is that those are really two sides of the same thing. And if we were waving a wand, the way that I'm thinking about it is that if the idea is to dissuade speculative load requests, well, if those projects get built and they're energized to the grid, Katie kind of talked about those milestones of interconnection, then those weren't speculative. And, maybe that's the time to give back, a most or all less any actual cost of that financial security. And on the other end, making sure we're fully supportive of, once those customers are interconnected, that they do actually pay their fair share of those transmission upgrade costs in their retail bills, like all rate classes should. So we're supportive of, I think we supported a 12 CP and a minimum transmission charge for large load retail customers. So with that, I'll close and happy to answer any questions. And again, just really appreciate your time and attention to these issues.
Thank you. Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that as we talk about data centers, I think that everybody here, and I think that most of the panel would probably agree that the data center community has not done the best job informing ratepayers, consumers, constituents, voters, in the state of Texas, of what value you guys are bringing and how it can be done if done responsibly. And I make the contention and believe that I'm correct at this, and would like some backup or tell me if I'm foolish, and I don't care which one of you steps in, but I believe that if we've got good operators of data centers, it actually increases the reliability of the grid when we get to extreme events in the state where we need help getting power to consumers. So I would appreciate a little bit of texture on that. If there's been preparation that's been done in the past when we've had winter storms or summer surges or something, where you guys can speak about what good operators are doing and what good operations looks like in the future, so that we can make sure that we're providing a more reliable grid in partnership with y'all.
Thank you, Representative Cameron with the Data Center Coalition. And I think you hit the nail on the head with your question. I will tell you from direct experience that our members were ready to curtail under a mandatory curtailment scenario for the last winter storm Fern. I've heard that up to 3,000 megawatts were ready to be turned back onto the grid. What began as a voluntary curtailment scenario developed into a mandatory one with the President's 202C order and the potential for us to be prepared to curtail. We were on the phone with ERCOT through the weekend. I personally was, as well as many of our members. And so what I would tell you is that while ERCOT has done a good job in that scenario, preparing for it, that we should establish a formal process. Industry should be at the table for what a curtailment scenario looks like. Because we've supported voluntary curtailment, but that mandatory curtailment is a new domain, and a lot of our members have contracts where they're supposed to be up 99.9% of the time, and so it's just being ready for that scenario. And I believe ERCOT's working on that. It just needs we just need a seat at the table on what that looks like.
Thank you. Anybody else want to hop in on that? Because
Representative Ray Fakori, Amazon Web Services. I'll add a different perspective, but a good one, just as a practical example. We made an investment in Mississippi to the tune of, I believe, about $25 billion now with Entergy Mississippi. With those funds that they are going to be receiving from our investment, they are looking to reduce outages by 50% on their system. So I think, practically, yes, we are standing by and willing to voluntarily curtail to save the grid in those moments, which is why we back up our resources to provide these services unfettered to our customers. But ultimately, from a practical standpoint, we're also able to help use our investments in these communities and with the utilities to help improve the system as a whole.
So there's a two-prong approach. We've got extra power to put back on the grid if necessary, and the investment that we're putting into the state also should help that grid. I guess my comment would be that I think that the industry needs to do a better job telling the story, because that is a story that's not out there, and that's not the story that I find it humorous that all the naysayers love to talk about how they saw a story on Facebook, and it's like, you guys understand how Facebook works, right? The infrastructure that keeps that going and that your grandmother can pull up pictures from 8 years ago is part of the necessity of this stuff. So anyway, I would just encourage that to continue to be at the front of this thing versus just trying to hide in the background, because I think there is a story to tell, if done responsibly, of how this is helping ratepayers and helping the state of Texas and helping us have a more reliable grid at hopefully a more bearable cost. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with a lot of the comments certainly Representative McQueenie made about we have a narrative issue. We have a public relational nightmare right now, particularly out in West Texas. I think part of that is added to the narrative that we have a lot of these, and I think you were here for the prior panels, we talk about tire kickers. These ghost users that are, I'm not necessarily condemning the process of kind of playing 5 hands of blackjack at one time, trying to get lucky on one. But it's adding to the narrative that this is a much bigger problem than it really is, and we're not doing anything to counteract that. So from each of your perspective, and these are good operators, you bring your own power, you're the end user, you have all these numbers nailed down beforehand, but how do we limit these, how do we weed out these tire kickers and ghost loads that are being forecasted here? So I appreciate each one of your thoughts with regard to that issue.
Thank you, Chairman Darby. From the Data Center Coalition's perspective, our companies are AAA rated, good actors that are focused on doing it the right way. I think that SB6's goals on raising both the standards to be included in load forecast as well as the financial standards and raising that barrier of what it takes to get interconnected ultimately has that goal. But to be honest with you, that is a challenge. That the tire kicker dynamic does play a role. We're hoping that the SB6 thresholds as they exist today will help address that challenge. But no, certainly, what we've seen is that when we enter communities, sometimes the rates go down depending on your scenario. We bring, from additional perspective, we don't use a lot of city services either, right? We bring a lot of revenue, we bring a lot of economic development, but we don't use services. And so if you combine this picture together with a good actor focused on doing the right things, it can be a net positive to communities and a significant one.
And Carrie Collier Brown for Crusoe. I think it's also important to point out that Senate Bill 6 has given the PUC and ERCOT, I think, good tools that they're implementing now that are out for comment that should address that. A couple of significant ways is, the financial security piece, which is, both for what gets in the load, what loads get included in that load forecast that all the transmission planning is based on, but also to get in line to get studied. So now you've got financial security amounts, site control requirements that are much tighter. It's a lot harder, I would say just about impossible to have 2 guys in a truck go out and say, hey, how much power can I put at that substation and get in the queue anymore? Because they now have to have, or the proposals that they would have to have site control, ownership, or a lease or an option in order to get in line. And then as we're talking about batch zero, there are more proposed developmental milestones because we're dealing with loads that are already somewhere in the process. And ERCOT is dealing with, a lot of those loads may not have ever provided any financial security, may not have any land, but have a place in line. And that's creating that secondary market that was talked about earlier. So I think ERCOT and the PUC have the tools under Senate Bill 6 that once that gets implemented, just hasn't gotten implemented yet, that we're going to see that dramatically reduces the ability for speculative loads to clog up the queue.
Ray Fakori, Amazon Web Services. Thank you, Representative Darby. I think there are two other, just building off of the last comments, in Senate Bill 6, there was also a duplicative request provision, right? And I think that'll also be helpful to at least begin to throttle back some of this speculative load. Now, we aren't going to be able to eliminate all of it, right? But ultimately, it's about improving the quality of the projects getting into the queue. So in addition to the financial commitments, I think there's also a requirement to procure long lead equipment. So those are very expensive materials, things like substations, transformers, what have you. And so you're not going to double procure those in order to move them from one resource to the other. And so you're going to want to allocate those components to the project that is the one that's most serious. So ultimately, demonstrating that you also have that in addition to site control, land control, is going to be really helpful. And I think the industry is prepared to step up and say, we're happy to build those substations ourselves and be able to procure those resources and help offset any residential or customer impacts by being able to build these substations, which we have, a deep expertise in procuring resources and moving them around the world. And so ensuring that we can bring those finances in-house and make sure that that's not being carried by other customers is also an opportunity to better understand who is real and who is not. And there's also the opportunity to use that to say, well, if you are procuring all of this infrastructure and you're building it in collaboration with your utility partners, then that demonstrates you are a real load. And so let's make sure that you move to the front of the line, right? You are someone who's serious, you have expertise, and you're either bringing your own substation or bringing your own power. We should be encouraging these types of customers, and that's something that we still don't have a lot of clarity on throughout the process of the batch cycle.
Thank you.
I think a lot of the speculative load is because table stakes used to be 25 cents a hand.
Need to identify.
And-
Need to identify.
Oh, Michael McNamara with Lansing.
Michael.
And now it's 1,000 a hand. And so that'll clear out a lot of folks naturally. One thing we've been thinking about, and we actually had a request from a transmission provider, is, how can we assess what's real and what's not? And I think there's some common sense, simple criteria we could use. For instance, people try to sell us stuff all the time. Someone said they had a 1,000 megawatt load approved, which they didn't, and it was on 10 acres of land. And I was like, what are you gonna do, a 300-story tall data center? Like, will never happen. And so I think some of those common sense things can also help cull some of these speculative loads, and collaboratively, that'll be very, very effective.
Michael, first of all, thanks for your investment in West Texas and Abilene. I think I'm going to tour that facility maybe next month.
On the 19th.
So looking forward to that. But, part of the comments I've heard again in a panel this week was it's difficult for data centers to actually represent the exact amount of wattage they're going to need, the exact amount of water they're going to need, because they don't have an end user yet. So I think each one of you are end users. So to me, that's an important qualification that would separate speculators, if you will, trying to bet on the come, versus end users that already know what kind of technology they're going to deploy, that can make representations to the public about how much water they're going to use, because this is the technology we're going to deploy at this site. They'll know how much electricity they're going to need, because this is the size of the processors and chips and computers that are going to be deployed at this site. So you can make firm representations that the community and community leaders can rely upon when they're evaluating their support, which is often critical to this whole process. It is critical to this whole process. So again, from your perspective, is a pertinent question to ask. Are you the end user? Or are you simply you building a facility that has a wide range of users that may have a wide range of usage associated with this site, depending on who the end user ultimately is?
So I think that's a great question. One way to get in front of the water issue is what we pledge in all the communities is we will never allow a customer to have anything but a closed-loop system. And here's exactly the water usage that closed-loop system uses. And I know other folks use different technology, but we've put a line in the sand that it's closed-loop only at our campuses. And we tell that to the community from day one. And then for community engagement, we've heard of some data centers that will just start going vertical before even saying anything to the county judge because they're unincorporated, and we're the opposite. We began in Abilene in 2020 and have talked to them since, so years before we start building. So I think that's on water, and then there's lots of different business models on how these projects advance. But I think it is good policy that for a project to advance, there must be line of sight of who the customer is with some sort of meaningful financial commitment. I think makes total sense.
Carrie Collier-Brown for Crusoe. So Crusoe provides turnkey solutions for hyperscaler AI companies that are the tenants. So Crusoe builds the infrastructure, the substation, the on-site electrical distribution lines, builds the buildings for the data centers or shells. And those are typically custom for whoever the hyperscaler tenant is going to be. So for example, at the Abilene site, that is OpenAI, I believe, or that's Oracle.
and OpenAI.
Yeah. So they, in that scenario, it's not the hyperscaler tenant that is getting the load request or getting the energy procured or building the on-site infrastructure. That's Crusoe. And then they continue to own and operate all of that and then lease out the space that was built custom for that tenant. To that tenant. I would also say that over the past year, ERCOT is requiring more and more specific information about the load. All sorts of, I've learned all sorts of technical terms that I don't fully understand, but dynamic modeling that, as I understand it, allows ERCOT to actually model what that load how that load will behave on the grid. And so you can't really provide just kind of a general, this is going to be computing load, and then then it's hyperscalers or crypto. You really have to have an idea of who your tenant is going to be and how they're going to use that power in order to actually get studied and then modeled at ERCOT and that to be accurate.
Is it important, and it may not be in your business model, but is it important that ERCOT or somebody know in evaluating this project exactly who the tenant is?
I don't think it's important for them to know who the tenant is. It's just important for them to know how they're going to use power.
Well, who's going to make the representation that this is all the water they're going to use, or this is all the electricity they're going to need?
Yeah, so that is in
that you? Is that
yeah,
Crusoe?
so like I'm only on the electricity side, but so the Crusoe will submit the load request. So if it's 500 megawatts, that's what is studied by ERCOT. Here's the model, or here's the dynamic model that ERCOT is going to take all the assumptions about that 500 megawatts and how it's going to use power from the grid. And then once that's approved, then whether we're using that power ourselves under those uses or it's our tenant, they're committed to those parameters because that's the load limitation that was approved by ERCOT and the model that usage case was based on. So we have to have enough specificity about who our tenant is going to be to provide that specificity to ERCOT. And then on the back end, then we're limited, or our tenant is limited to that amount of power and the way that power can be used.
Cameron with the Data Center Coalition. I would just add that, whether it's the energy side or the water side, what you're permitted for, what you're allowed to do is not going to be your usage. You're going to be under that. And so, for example, in Virginia, right, there was you also have how long your backup generators can run. Roughly 7% of the usage was actually used. And so just to provide some perspective on how much the actual, it's going to fluctuate, and it'll depend on the use case.
Ray Fakori, Amazon Web Services. In addition to that, Representative, when we contract for this capacity on the electricity side, I think just one point to highlight, and Ms. Coleman brought this up as well, is that there are load ramps associated with that capacity. And so it will usually be over the course of a few years before you fully ramp into that load profile that you originally showed ERCOT and the commission on the front end. And I think it's just important to note that within the batch process, there is a 6-month clawback, which was also mentioned that is very problematic, not just for the manufacturers, but for folks like us, because the way that we are constructing our facilities is usually one shell right after the other. And so if we have a delay due to an electrical infrastructure component that wasn't delivered or a transmission line that hasn't been energized, those delays do extend beyond 6 months. So I think that's another key piece of the transparency portion that's going to be necessary as we continue these conversations. On the reporting side, I'll just also add that Amazon does publish its water use efficiency score and its power use efficiency score, so at least it's something to consider as a regional approach. So those numbers are out there for how, as an end user, we consume water and how we consume power.
Well, again, I would just challenge the industry to continue looking for ways to get your message out to the public, to explain it, and to stand behind it. I notice Chairman King is not in the chair, but following along his comment about we hear after these hearings, it's not all roses with PUC in some of this process. Do any of you feel bold enough to offer some criticism here? Because I know this, that if they don't get it right, and there are problems associated with this, we're going to be right back in this room in January, February, March, April, May of next year, and we're going to be talking about it. It's not going to be pleasant then. So I would hope that we would try to address these concerns now, is what I'm saying. So if you have any comments you'd like to share.
The one comment I have is what I had in my opening, which is Texas needs more power. Texas is blessed with the most abundant power. Despite the talk of affordability, the settlement last month in Load Zone West was the lowest power price in 5 years, because you're seeing such a huge swell of new generation coming online. It's even far faster than the load itself. But in order to benefit that, we need to move the power around. And in the current batch process, for loads that have made a financial commitment for transmission upgrades, those should be treated into batch zero.
Yeah.
Cameron, with the Data Center Coalition, I would just echo that. I think part of the challenge is it's so fluid, and so pinning down what those exact recommendations are fairly challenging. However, figuring out what the criteria are to be in each batch, ultimately the goal of the batch was to speed up the process, right? And we're at a time where if we don't get it right, you could have the opposite effect. And so the ultimate goal and where we're headed towards, I'm positive and I'm optimistic that we'll get there. It's just that it changes. We've had 6 or 7 stakeholder meetings within a month and a half, 2 months. And so each week we're getting closer, and I think that's the challenge right now.
Well, and, to Jason Ryan with CenterPoint's point on the previous panel, we're going to have a state after this batch zero process is implemented, and we want to make sure that not only do we recognize the current needs, but we set up a regulatory framework that addresses a continually expanding state and does not ignore the other folks who simply want to bring their industry and their businesses here and sign on and willing to pay the cost to do that. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So currently, SB 6 does not apply to my area. I'm in MISO. What y'all's thoughts, recommendations regarding that?
I would say that I think because you're in MISO's area, that they're also going through a similar process, both within the RTO and then at FERC. So I think, the interconnection requirements, that's probably the right place for that, because Whereas in ERCOT, which is all completely within the purview
Right.
of the state, it makes sense for the legislature to make those rules and the PUC and ERCOT to implement them. But I don't know how that would work if you were to try to apply some of those rules, or even
Correct.
if you could, because that's really FERC jurisdictional in the corners of Texas where MISO or SPP areas are.
Understood. Y'all all agree on that? Okay, thank you.
Representative Anchia.
Thanks. Wanted to talk about water and transparency. During the appropriations process, Representative Wale of Houston included a rider in the bill authorizing the PUC to conduct a survey of water usage. It's a voluntary survey. I'll start with you, Cameron. Have all of your members participated in this water survey?
Cameron Persulton with the Data Center Coalition. What I can tell you, Chairman, is that for the past 3 months or so, I've been working with the PUC weekly on trying to get that survey into a place where our membership can appropriately fill it out. Ultimately, as you highlighted, it is a voluntary survey. They all know about it. I've briefed them about it. And from what I've heard, some members will participate. I don't have an exact number for you here today, but they all recognize the importance of water sustainability, and they're aware of the survey as well.
Okay, I would just encourage, for purposes of transparency, and since some of you have actually testified about what actual water usage is, the fact that you have it public in other fora, I'd love to see 100% participation from the industry, and I'm sure the public would as well.
Absolutely. And to be honest with the Chairman, most of this is not for a lack of wanting to be transparent. It's trade secret information, and getting that in a way that is appropriate in the highly competitive but also national security piece of this. It doesn't mean that our members don't want to be transparent. So I'm hoping that we also get high participation and understood.
Great. Anybody else want to take a shot at that?
I'll say Crusoe is a member of DCC, so is working with them in that process.
Ray Fakori, Amazon Web Services. Likewise, we've received the survey. Our teams are filling it out. I'm on the electricity side, but I will double check with our water team, which I suspect is working on it.
Okay.
Michael McNamara with Lansing is, yep, we filled it out.
You filled it out. Good, thank you. One last thing, sorry, Madam Chair, I apologize. I wanted to, there was a little bit of a dialogue about, Texas supremacy and excellence, which I share. And there's no question, because of the cost of electricity being low in this state, that it is an attractive environment. Our all of the above approach to fuel mix is very attractive. But I wonder if the regulatory structure is such that it is too long or very long, that capital is not fungible, and if there is a more of a speed to market in another state that maybe on the margins has a favorable regulatory environment, that it wouldn't put us at a disadvantage and we'd lose business. This was articulated earlier today, and because capital is fungible, and a lot of these, a lot of the component parts to data centers are easily movable. Your thoughts? No, yeah, I won't ask the individual companies, but how about Cameron?
Cameron with the Data Center Coalition. When companies decide to locate in a certain jurisdiction, there are a number of things they look at. They'll look for access to fiber, workforce, electricity, natural resources, if you're using water, if you're not. They'll also, that'll change the game. I know that Texas has long been seen as the flagship model, to be honest with you. The other systems look at Texas as the fastest way to interconnect. Today, I think your question is timely with SB 6 batch process. I think they're aimed at at speeding that up. But that's a pending question. I think if I were to tell you, you asked me 2-3 years ago, I'd say Texas has got it right, and it's the model. Whether it's PJM or other places, I think they look to Texas as a leader, as well as nationally.
If the regulatory process is not transparent, if it becomes a black box and becomes too long, is that a risk that we would lose business?
Cameron, with the Data Center Coalition, I think right now our members are focused on working with ERCOT on the batch process.
Objection, non-responsive.
No, I got your question. I think that Representative Raymond had a really good point, right? And he said making sure that Texas is competitive and not telling businesses, to go look elsewhere. I don't think they are right now, but I think long-term, if we don't get the batch process right, sure, just like anywhere else, that could be a challenge. However, I think that PUC and ERCOT have shown a willingness to get that to a better place, both on developments, on its financial standards. Over the past several weeks have made them more and more friendly. They're not quite there yet, but they are getting there. On the batch process, I just point to that its ultimate goal is to speed up.
Okay.
And so ultimately, Texas is a very favorable place to be. Companies want to be here, and that's what I would say.
All right, we're in violent agreement on that last part. Thank you.
Mr. Representative, I'm also happy to just address Ray Fakori, Energy Policy Manager, Ray Fakori, Amazon Web Services. I think from an energy policy perspective, the certainty is the driver. So when we don't have that certainty, it makes it very complicated to figure out how to bring billions of dollars in investment in order to plan for the duration of how long we're making these investments. If you look at other states, one of the things that we've been able to support is the development of a large load tariff, which usually results in a minimum demand charge and a contract term length. That contract term length is anywhere from 10 to 15 years, which ensures that we're going to be there for the longer period of time. And while that does require more costs to come out on the front end, that certainty of knowing that once we bring a project forward, we know exactly when we'll be able to go through that process is what allows us the confidence to come in and invest and build these facilities. It takes about 18 months to build a single shell. And when we build our shells, we build them in multiple pods. So you usually result in about 12 to 15 of these shells kind of in a concentric area. So that's decades of economic growth and jobs. And so when we want to make these investments on the front end, we take that longer term horizon investment opportunity. And so when we have changes and fits and starts on regulatory certainty or policy certainty, it does make that investment a little bit more challenging. And I think that's what we're sort of seeing with the batch process. While we do appreciate the diligence and the hard work from ERCOT and the PUC, one of the challenges is that the batch cycles look different every week. And so we want to help ensure that we have that certainty necessary for companies that can bring forward energy generation to help offset those transmission builds that would be needed, in addition to things that could be behind the meter as well. So I think we want to make sure that we're setting up the process not only to go fast, but to go fast responsibly, because at the end of the day, I think the investments that we're making right now are generational and really do go to modernize a system that for a long time has not had these investments that is needed.
Michael McNamara with Lancium. Every 6 months, we do a little exercise, and we're like, let's try this new state and see if we can build a project there. And after about 3 weeks, it's like, this place is terrible. It's like going to a blackjack table, you can't split aces. And we end up just doubling down on Texas every time. And the point on certainty is the change that allows financially committed loads to get the transmission upgrades and go to batch zero will keep the market wide open for $1 trillion of investment.
Cameron with the Data Center Coalition. I just want to build on something Ray said. I think that, of course, the certainty is the biggest piece. But when you're looking at both the PUC's rulemaking and you're looking at ERCOT's batch process, the one big thing that I heard today was that clawback provision in the financial standards is probably the biggest concern within that rulemaking. I think they're heading into a different direction initially with 6 months, and if you don't meet the timeline, you could risk your entire project. I think maybe it'll be 12 months, 18 months, but as I believe Katie mentioned earlier, she doesn't know of an industrial that are a company that hasn't missed a 6 month. And I think that would be the same case, right? And so I think that is probably the biggest risk. And to look at where we've come to where we are, it was $100,000 per megawatt non-refundable security. Now it's 50. And so we're headed into a direction where, because we represent some of the biggest companies in the world, but we also represent multi-tenant facilities that are much big. They're big companies, but they're much smaller, where that's a lot more feasible.
Carrie Collier-Brown for Crusoe. Agree with everything that's been said here, but also wanted to add, I think the biggest things, again, are regulatory certainty and transparency about where your project is in that process. And I think there's broad agreement, and Crusoe supports, believes that a batch study process is going to provide those two things better than for the volume and the size of these loads that are coming and asking to interconnect than the prior utility individual study process. That process kind of, to me, what I see in my head is that old episode of I Love Lucy where, the chocolates just keep coming faster and faster, except those chocolates are getting bigger and bigger. It's kind of what ERCOT's been dealing with. So I think, getting to batch 1+, that's going to look much better, and you're going to have certainty, and you're not going to be subject to restudies. But the batch 0 process right now there's not a lot of transparency, and there's not a lot of regulatory certainty. Every single week, and it's because we're working through this on a very quick timeline, and these projects are all somewhere already through the existing. So they literally are building the projects, but still don't know when they can get energized or if they're going to have to get restudied. And just for an example, ERCOT has a proposal, for what the criteria is to get into batch 0, but that proposal has changed at least 3 or 4 times since March 4th. We created a whole checklist for Crusoe and clients, and we've had to revise that checklist so that they can see where their project is. Is it in batch 0 as base load, which means you get to keep the amount of transmission allocation that you think you got through the current process? Or are we in batch 0 for the privilege of getting restudied again, sort of a reset? Or do we not qualify for batch 0 at all? And whether or not a particular project is in any of those 3 categories has changed every single week. So, I think we're really close to being done with that part of the process. And on the transparency side, ERCOT on Friday, I believe, sent out to all the transmission utilities the list of the large load interconnections and where ERCOT thinks those projects are in the process. And so, Crusoe, and the other companies are talking with their utilities to make sure that everybody agrees where we are right now. And then we're just sort of finalizing what that criteria looks like. So I think going batch process 1+ is going to be much more transparent and is going to provide the regulatory certainty that makes ERCOT the best place to connect these projects. But it's just getting through batch 0 because we're dealing with projects that are already somewhat through the existing process.
Representative Ray Fakori, Amazon Web Services. You asked the right question to get the nerds really going on this. I think one other piece of concern that has been mentioned, in addition to the financial security piece, which we're willing to make these contributions to ensure that a project is more viable. One of the components of the batch restudy process is that you could put up all of this security that is non-refundable. You go through the study process, you get a response back that says, that gigawatt, that 1,000 megawatts that you requested, we only have 250 available to you, take it or leave it. And that is also a concern because there's a lot of money that's at stake, and we as the end user are not entirely sure where you're falling with regards to what you're gonna get on the back end. And so there really isn't the opportunity to say, well, okay, this isn't something that is a problem that I've triggered, right? Because I need the full gigawatt, but I don't wanna take that 200 megawatts, I'll let somebody else maybe take it. That money is still tied up completely. And I think that's one of the challenges is you're putting money out the door and in making investments in long lead equipment and doing all of the front end activity. There's a lot of work that goes into developing a project before you even get to the construction cycle. And we're concerned that that puts all of that money at risk in addition to the security that's going out the door.
And I think this is some of the feedback that Chairman Darby and Chairman King was soliciting earlier, so thank you for offering it.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you. I have a different question, but it's relative to this in terms of you all have been discussing upgrades, and is that an upgrade for facilities based on what you're bringing to the grid, or is that an upgrade that's universal to the grid? And what kind of cost is associated with that for you guys to do this upgrade so that it doesn't hit the consumer?
Cameron with the Data Center Coalition. You know, I mentioned some of this in my testimony, but I think that's a really good question, Representative. Our companies are committed to paying their full cost of service, and that includes system upgrades and whatever's needed in transmission. And so the ultimate goal is that we're not passing on costs to consumers.
Representative Ray Fakori, Amazon Web Services. Rate making is really an art, not a science sometimes. And I think one of the challenges that if there is a facility that is needing to be upgraded exclusively because one customer is triggering it, that is something that we carry the cost on. However, if a facility is being built that will have broader impacts, right? Like you might build it for a customer that needs 100 megawatts, but there's 300 extra, and now the utility wants to go out and find other customers, or now we can actually get this new manufacturing facility online and this new residential area going, and so there's wider benefits, then that we consider a system-wide benefit. And so that will carry up to the portion of the cost that would be for what we are triggering. But ultimately, if there are wider impacts that are benefiting all, then that's something that we share as a system.
And Carrie Collier-Brown for Crusoe. I agree with that differentiation. Things that the utility builds that are just to serve me are direct cost. We pay in what nerd utility language is kayak, contribution in aid of construction. So those are direct costs that we pay up front. And then any of those system upgrades, traditionally in ERCOT, those are paid by all and on all of our retail bills. So that's where we were talking about fixing the way that that is done so that all customers pay their fair share. That was the whole 4CP allocation methodology. So for those system upgrades, our view is that those are paid for by all of us, and we want to make sure we fix the transmission, the allocation methodology on the retail side to ensure that these large loads that are triggering those system upgrades are paying for them in their bills.
So you kind of said it, you twisted me up on one of the statements you made. So the system upgrades that are necessary for your companies, you're doing that. The systems that our current systems, grid systems, don't necessarily need being upgraded for everything, for every company. I guess I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
Because back to what I hear about all of this stuff we're doing that's going to cost increases in bills. And so I'm wondering, are these upgrades necessary for us to deliver additional service or current service, and what is that cost difference?
Carrie Collier-Brown for Crusoe. I think a good way to think about it is what is like backbone, infrastructure upgrades that would be necessary to move power longer distances. That's going to be necessary as you accumulate more and more requests all over, think of like a spider web.
Right.
So those upgrades that maybe are in the middle of that can be used are going to be necessary to facilitate any direct upgrades, kind of get used by everybody. And the idea is that those system upgrades that kind of help facilitate power, more efficient power for everyone, those get paid in retail bills
And so
across
how do we
ERCOT.
capture that number?
Yeah.
Because there's some concerns that some of the upgrades are not necessarily something that we needed as a system. It's kind of like whether we're driving a Ford or a Volkswagen. It's kind of like, what do you want to do? I know our intent here is to make sure we have a very viable system and open to growth and development, but I don't want us as legislators to be hit with us allowing these kinds of upgrades that were not necessary for the delivery service. So that's what I want to make sure. Can we capture that difference?
Representative Davis, Cameron with the Data Center Coalition. As I mentioned, we're dedicated to paying our full cost of service and the transmission upgrades that go along with that. As a part of the SB6 regulatory comment process, we've advocated that across the 5 rulemakings that they're all encompassing for what the cost associated with serving the data center is. Whether that's, we don't have a specific position on whether it's 4 CP or 12 CP or what that looks like, but whatever's decided on that front should be balanced with the minimum demand charge, or should be balanced with the financial security and the kayak and all the other payments that are going to serve that load long term. What we've seen, and for example, in Dominion Energy, residential customers' share of cost since 2020 has actually gone down 10%. And so as we heard earlier, I believe from CenterPoint, that there is an opportunity for costs to go down. I'm not here to tell you that that's for sure. What we're seeing across the board is that.
Can you just provide me a copy of that report that shows that?
Absolutely.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Representative Ray Fakori, Amazon Web Services. We're starting to see a lot more examples of utilities going into their regulatory bodies and saying, we actually want a rate reduction, which is rare. I don't think I've ever seen it, actually. But for example, in Indiana, with I&M, Indiana Michigan utility, their AP subsidiary, they went in and said, because of large load customers coming into the system, we are able to request a rate reduction for residential customers. And I think we're starting to see more of that. In Virginia was another one, Mississippi is another, and we're starting to see a bit more of these utilities coming in to say, now that we have this large energy user that is filling up that denominator, rates are going down.
Cameron with the Data Center Coalition. Just one quick thing I wanted to add on what Ray said. In cases where we've seen costs go up, a lot of it has been due to the cost of inputs going up, whether that's to build transmission or the general inflation that we're seeing each and every day. So
we need to be able to determine what cost. I'm sorry. We do need that description of it because we hear it differently. And so if we can define that difference, we can make sure that customers realize that the data centers were not the reason that their bills went up dramatically. Because every time we do something since I've been in the legislature with the utilities to decrease, I go home and I hear about what I just did to them that increased it. And so as we're moving and growing into this new industry and all of these new relationships, it would be helpful if we could define what those relationships did from where we were today and where we're going tomorrow. Notwithstanding the value of growing businesses and having jobs created and the economy being impacted positively, we need to also understand how and who got impacted by it as well. So,
absolutely, Representative. I'll share any and all resources I have, and I'm happy to meet at any time.
well, you got to show me some numbers decreasing now. Don't bring me something that doesn't show what you tell me.
I got you covered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Members, further questions of this panel? I see none. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Before we move to public testimony, does anybody, after hearing all that, need to see ERCOT, PUC, or OPUC again? No? You guys got off easy today. All right. Well, we will now begin public testimony. Chair calls Cyrus Reed and Kenneth Whipper. Is that all? Okay. Okay. All we're showing for those registered to testify on this charge are these two witnesses. If there's anybody else that thinks they registered or we're not seeing it. So if you'd registered and you're not showing up, you need to come see Riley in the front. All right. Cyrus Reed.
Thank you.
Record shows that you're legislative and conservative director for Lone Star chapter of the Sierra Club. Is that correct?
Well, I would say legislative and conservation director, although in some ways I can be very conservative, but yes.
I'm just seeing if you were paying attention.
Speaking of which, I'd like to start by thanking Dade Phelan for his service, and I know John Smithy isn't here, and Chris Turner, but thank you for your service to the state of Texas. Well, you're
All right,
I think you're
Cyrus,
staying.
you're on the clock.
Oh,
You
I'm
have
on the
2
clock.
minutes.
I didn't realize the clock. Okay, thanks. Cyrus Reed, Lone Star Chapter of the Sierra Club. I've got 13 pages of testimony. I'm not going to read it because I don't have time. But let me start by saying it's not just all misunderstanding from the public. The public does have real concerns with data centers, and those concerns are around land use, air pollution, electric cost, and water cost. And those concerns are real and they're legitimate. So I want to make that point. The second point I'll make is that there was a study by my friends at TEPRI that said that electricity prices did increase about 30% since 2021. And if their projections are right, could go up another 30% over the next 5 years, which is why Sierra Club supported SB 6 and why it's so important. If you look on page 3 of the testimony, you've already talked about the projections that ERCOT came out with. I want to be clear, these projections are not correct. And Chairman Darby, the reason they're not correct is the rulemaking associated with those projections haven't gone into effect yet. So those projections will get real, will get more real. But even with more real projections, there will be more loads coming into Texas, which is why we need to get the cost allocation and the interconnections cost correct. And to me, you know, we've talked about 5 different rulemakings. The most important are the interconnection standards at the front end and the transmission costs at the back end. And we are largely supportive of what the PUC has suggested. We do think there should be a big upfront cost, and then once those loads are energized, some of that should be returned. And then on transmission costs on the back end, allocation very important. We appreciate the PUC is looking at different CPs. We think they should look at a combination of CPs and energy use. We've suggested 12 CP plus energy use, some percentage. So we hope they look at that as well. What were the other points I wanted to make?
Cyrus, that's all your points.
That's all my points.
You're out. Members, are questions for Mr. Reed?
Can I just say, Mr.
No,
King, I do
no,
have
sir,
some
you
other
can't.
suggestions in
No.
the written testimony.
You submitted your written testimony. We're done.
Thanks.
Mr. Flippen, record shows that you're Kenneth Flippen, Texas chapter of U.S. Green Building Council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Ken Flippen, Texas Chapter, U.S. Green Building Council. Very similar to what Cyrus has said, but from a little bit more of a green building perspective. We know that there's going to be so many more data centers that are, of course, being proposed and going to be put in there. I would say there's 2 dynamics here that are happening. Number one, it's not just going to be the bad actors. It's going to be the okay actors. It's going to be the pretty good actors. Those folks are probably not ever going to get their data center built, or if they do build it, it's going to be a stranded resource. And we don't want that because that's bad for the investors and it's bad for the communities. So what's happened is we've inverted the market, right? Like usually the big developers can say, where's the cheap land, where's the cheap water, where's the cheap energy, and where's the city or county I can go through with the most ease. Right now, though, everything's reverted around because all these cities and counties, all these HUDO just pulled out and saying, we're not doing it. Why? Because the city, there was so much objection at the city. This is going to happen again and again, and it's going to be because the worst actors are going to get knocked out by the market. They're going to get knocked out by the fact that there's too many parts being ordered, and there's no way, if you're not on the top of the list, you're going to get the parts you need to build the energy to supply the place. And so, again, a lot's going to happen that's outside of y'all's control, but especially when it comes to the energy, my recommendations are not only similar to what Cyrus said, but look at the water and energy nexus. The water that you have to use to produce energy could be calculated into this, and then you could say, okay, you need to put up that much more money in order to do it. Would raise the standard just a little bit more, and it would give us a little bit more pressure to those actors that are going to be not able to put it on. And some of them, they're going to have the best intentions.
Thank you,
but
Mr. Flippen.
If they can't, they won't be
Members, are
able to.
questions, Mr. Flippen? I see none. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Nobody else responded. Members, that concludes our Senate Bill 6 charge. We're going to move on to our next charge, which is, yes, battery safety and storage. Okay. Chair calls Barksdale English, Christine Mills Jurek, maybe? Close? Deborah Knight. There we go. All right, Mr. English, we're going to start with you. Same drill. Say your name, who you represent. If you have any opening comments, go ahead. We will go through the whole panel, and then we'll come back for questions.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Barksdale English. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Public Utility Commission. Thank you for inviting me to testify today. The PUC's role in regulating battery storage facilities is a little bit on the limited side. For any owner of a generation resource, which I will note that a battery storage facility is considered by the law as a generation asset for purposes of registering with the PUC, those owners have to register with us, let us know who they are, where they're located, some technical details about that facility, and who their corporate affiliates are. The battery storage facility also has to provide us with a copy of their emergency operations plan. All generation resource owners, plus everybody else in the electric utility industry, is required to file with us an EOP, an emergency operations plan, which is designated as an all hazards plan. It's meant to address myriad different emergencies, and is supposed to dictate how the owners and operators of those facilities respond during those emergencies. In that plan, they also outline what their communication strategies are for their local communities, how they're going to plan to staff during that emergency, and what they're doing to monitor weather in real time. We do not, as an agency, dictate how they respond. We just make sure that they have provided us with a plan to respond. I will note that with implementation of HB 3824 from the last session, that these battery storage facilities are supposed to update their emergency operations plan specifically with regards to fires. And so we would imagine that an EOP that complies with that statute would also be compliant with our regulations. With that, I'll conclude my remarks, and I will be happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. English. Christy?
Good afternoon. I'm Christy Mills-Durack. I'm the Director of the Office of Compliance and Enforcement for the Texas Commission.
Yeah, could you pull that up just a little more? Speak up a little bit.
How's that?
Just talk a little louder.
Okay. I'm Christy Mills-Durack. I'm the Director of the Office of Compliance and Enforcement for the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. And I'm here to provide some updates on the TCQ's role with battery energy storage systems. The TCQ's role is very limited. We generally don't regulate the BESS operations. However, we do regulate some of the ancillary operations and other activities that may happen at the site, including stormwater runoff from construction activities, hazardous chemical inventory reporting, and waste management. For waste management, we are currently implementing House Bill 3229 from the 89th legislative session, which created a new Chapter 376 of the Texas Health and Safety Code for renewable energy component recycling facilities. This is applicable to any of the recycling facilities that accept, process, and repurpose components from wind turbine generators, solar power facilities, and battery energy storage systems. We're currently undergoing rulemaking for Title 30 of the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 328, Waste Minimization and Recycling, and Chapter 37, Financial Assurance. This statute is going to require owners of renewable energy component recycling facilities to submit an annual report to the TCEQ, which includes an inventory of unrecycled components, a timeline and cost estimate for the recycling or disposal of the components. The cost estimate is prepared by an independent third-party professional engineer licensed in the state of Texas. In addition, facility owners must provide financial assurance to cover the cost estimate. TCEQ Office of Waste will oversee the review of these reports. They'll determine if the cost estimate is adequate and reasonable, and they will communicate any deficiencies to the facility owners. If a facility owner fails to submit a report or does not resolve deficiencies, they will refer to the Office of Compliance and Enforcement. The TCEQ Office of Compliance and Enforcement will investigate any facilities been referred from the Office of Waste. In addition, we will respond to any complaints. As a result of these investigations, if we identify any violations, we may pursue enforcement action, which may include assessment of a penalty. The statute allows for up to $500 per day in administrative penalties for failure to comply with the requirements. We published a webpage with additional information on the statute and regulations. You can find this on the TCEQ website by searching for Renewable Energy Component. There you will find regulatory guidance document RG 660, which includes the requirements for renewable energy component recycling facilities. In addition, you will find reporting forms, instructions, and a list of facilities that are currently in compliance with the statute. The draft regulations for the recycling facilities are available for review on the TCEQ website. Public comments may be received through April 27th, 2026. We're holding 2 public comments. A hybrid public comment session was today at 9:30 a.m. We're going to have a second one that will be virtual on April 27th at 1:30 p.m. We added the second session to accommodate any individuals that wanted to participate in this hearing and also participate in the rulemaking hearing. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Deborah.
Chairman and members, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Knight, and I'm the State Fire Marshal. So the mission of the State Fire Marshal's Office is to reduce the loss of life and property caused by fire through prevention, education, and protection. We're housed within the Texas Department of Insurance and serve as the fire code authority in approximately 2/3 of the Texas counties, primarily in areas without a local adopted fire code or fire code official. We ensure compliance with the broader fire and life safety requirements, including fire department access, water supply, alarm systems, and where applicable, explosion prevention and control measures. House Bill 3824 plays an important role in strengthening fire safety for battery energy storage systems, or BESS, across the state. The bill establishes a clear statewide framework and directs the adoption of modern, nationally recognized safety standards as these systems continue to expand. To implement HB 3824, the State Fire Marshal's Office and the Texas Department of Insurance are updating our rules to adopt the 2024 editions of NFPA 855, consistent with the bill's requirement to adopt the 2023 edition or later, as well as updating revisions to NFPA 1, which is our fire code, and NFPA 101, the life safety code. In the 2023 edition reflects more recent industry experience and evolving best practices related to battery energy storage systems. In addition, we have developed and released an informal working draft of the rules and concepts related to best safety under Utilities Code Chapter 187, along with the public-facing FAQs. We are actively seeking stakeholder input with comments due May 11th. HB 3824 establishes clear expectations that BESS facilities meet nationally recognized safety standards. These include requirements for system design, fire protection, ventilation, emergency planning, as well as coordination with local first responders. Our role is to verify that these systems are installed and operated safely to manage potential risk in communities under our jurisdiction and as authorized under the bill. That includes confirming compliance with NFPA 855 and the related standards, ensuring operators maintain commissioning and operations plan, and verifying that emergency response plans are coordinated with local fire departments and emergency management. HB 3824 also provides enforcement tools. The State Fire Marshal's Office intends to adopt a penalty structure for violations, including failure to meet notice requirements. Our goal is to encourage transparency and communication with local communities. We also retain existing authority to require correction of dangerous conditions and, when necessary, seek injunctive relief to protect life and property. It's important to note that the bill requires BEST facilities to also work with local jurisdictions to ensure safety and continued operations of the BEST facilities. The bill places responsibility for reviewing certain pre-construction materials with local jurisdiction. The State Fire Marshal's Office does not proactively inspect these facilities. We become involved when a concern is raised by a local authority or when the facility requests an inspection. In closing, HB 3824 strengthens Texas' approach to battery energy storage safety by ensuring alignment with modern national standards and providing clear authority for enforcement. We appreciate the legislature's leadership in this issue and welcome continued stakeholder input as we move forward with implementation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Members, are questions of this panel? Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, under current law, if a county fire marshal documents a compliance failure at a battery storage facility before it begins commercial operations, causing it to miss safety documentation, failed test results, those types of things, and the operator does not cooperate, what authority does the state fire marshal have to act? And is there a formal escalation pathway, or does the county have to seek relief in court as they did in Van Zant County last year?
If there is a local code that's adopted by that county and a local fire official, then the role of the state fire marshal isn't to go in and review that additionally. That is up to that county and that county fire marshal. So did I understand your question correctly? Does it come to the state fire marshal then to try to enforce it? No, it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Members, other questions of this panel? Mr. Darby.
Thank you. Okay, so TDI and State Fire Marshal's Office are writing the rules for implementation of 3824. You're in effect going to give it its teeth. And that comment period closes in May of this year, is that correct?
That's for our informal, we're doing an informal process before we do the informal, yes.
Okay. And basically, I think your testimony was that you're using a 2023 National Fire Protection Association 855 standard, which covers facilities down to 20 megawatt hours. Is that correct?
We are, but yes.
But your rules are going all the way down to cover facilities with 1 megawatt.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So can you explain the safety reasoning behind that approach and what the risk would be if smaller facilities were held to a lower standard?
So the safe, NFPA 855 does apply to the higher megawatt standard. The statute required us to go down further, and so we're implementing the statute, requirement in the statute itself.
Okay. Well, you're working off the 2023 edition, correct?
We are,
What will
yes.
change once, I presume there's going to be a 2026 or thereafter rendition, correct?
Yes, they're always looking at updating them.
What's the process for evaluating or updating the rules when that new edition comes out?
It's compliant with how we would update any rule. We would look at the difference and compare the difference in the prior standard and the new standard to determine whether or not that should be, that we should adopt the new standard, and we would do that by rule.
Okay.
The rule process, which would if we wanted, and if we decided that or determined that a informal was necessary in order to get input from, before we actually go out formal rule, we would do that. We tend to do that quite often, especially for something that is so, there's so many different stakeholders We want to make sure that whatever rule we propose has all that input before we propose the actual rule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, questions? I've got one, just point of curiosity. How many complaints of noncompliance or fires and/or explosions do you respond to concerning batteries annually?
I like that you clarified it, it's batteries. Actually, I don't have an exact number. It is not many. It's less than 10.
Okay, so while battery safety, because of the use of batteries, certainly with the data centers and more megawatts coming online and all the stuff, we know we're going to use a lot more of these batteries, which was kind of the point of the bill, is to be prepared. But currently, your office doesn't respond to a lot of complaints about explosions or noncompliance.
No, we don't. We have some complaints for noncompliance for the currently adopted code, but not many.
And when you have one of these large battery facilities that does have a problem or explode, would you say that local fire departments are prepared to deal with a battery fire compared to other kinds of fires? Or is this something that our particular volunteer fire department should be trained on as there's more batteries out there?
I believe that absolutely the local fire departments need more training on how to respond to these unique fires. And how the response, what's the appropriate response to these fires is an evolving field. And it's changed. It's changed from a year ago, what the appropriate response for a fire department and how they should respond to these fires. That's why part of what this bill did was require that these facilities work with the local fire departments and give them that training at no cost.
But those things aren't being implemented yet. Is that true, or because you're still going through their comment period?
The requirement for them to, currently, the prior version of 855 NFPA is adopted and applies here in Texas. And that does also require some working with local jurisdictions. It's not the mandatory training at no cost to the local fire department currently.
Okay, all right. Members, further questions of the panel? I see none. Thank you all for being here. All right. All right. Chair calls Nick Warner, Jason Ryan, Judd Messer, and Mark Stover. Nick, we're going to start with you. Just for the record, tell me who you are and who you represent, and then go ahead with your opening comments.
Yes, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. My name is Nick Warner, and I'm the co-founder and managing principal of Energy Safety Response.
Would you pull that microphone up a little closer? It's hard to hear up here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, members. My name is Nick Warner, and I'm the co-founder and managing principal of Energy Safety Response Group, and I'm here today on behalf of the Lone Star Energy Storage Alliance, or LISA. LISA represents Texas independent power providers focused on standalone utility-scale battery energy storage systems. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about how these systems are deployed, and just as importantly, how they operate safely across Texas and the United States every day. Last session, the Texas legislature took important and constructive steps to address battery system decommissioning and fire safety, passing HB 3824, led by you, Chairman King, on fire safety, and HB 3809, led by Chairman Darby, on battery decommissioning. Last session, LISA was honored to work with both Chairman King and Chairman Darby to secure passage of these important measures and further establish Texas as a national leader in BESS safety and accountability. Importantly, this legislation provides Texans greater clarity into what's being built near their communities and provides BESS developers and operators with clear statewide standards aligned with best practice and exceeding national requirements. That kind of transparency is good policy, and it's working. LISA is encouraged by the draft rules recently released by the Texas Department of Insurance and State Fire Marshal's Office regarding implementation of HB 3824 and is preparing formal comments and feedback to support the rule. LISA looks forward to continuing to be an active partner in the process to ensure Texans continue to be a national leader on developing and maintaining the highest possible BESS safety standards. But it's important to understand that compliance with statute is just the baseline. The industry's approach to safety goes well beyond what is required. At ESRG, we work directly with battery system owners, developers, and first responders to evaluate, test, and improve safety performance in real-world conditions. In practice, that means we look at safety across the entire energy storage lifecycle to ensure systems are built to prevent failures, can contain them in the rare instances when they do occur, and that they can be managed safely during and after those incidents. Battery systems are designed with multiple layers of protection at the cell, module, system, and site level. They detect issues early, they report that information out, and it ensures that first responders and subject matter experts can safely handle any incidents. Before a system is energized, it goes through extensive factory testing and commissioning on site, including verification of fire detection, suppression in some cases, and shut down systems that are very familiar to the fire service. Once these systems are deployed, they're monitored continuously 24/7 with real-time information on temperature, voltage, and performance so operators can act before conditions escalate. This isn't just important for safety, it's important for performance and other factors as well, which means it doesn't get negated. Systems are built and tested to recognize standards, including UL 9540 and 9540A, which evaluate performance under worst-case fire and failure conditions. The most recent testing method requires a system be able to burn itself out without intervention and have no impact on adjacent systems or the environment around it. Operators and their safety representatives coordinate directly with local fire departments, providing site-specific response plans, training, and walkthroughs, so responders are prepared before an incident. In Texas, last year's legislation requires periodic site inspections, which should also encourage, if not require, that these response plans be maintained per NFPA 1620 and that proper refresher training be provided to the fire department, something a lot of other states have not done a good job of keeping up on. In fact, ESRG has revised our own emergency response and lifecycle service offering to align with Texas requirements, which are not only some of the most stringent in the nation, they're also very reasonable for all stakeholders. When incidents do happen anywhere in the country, they are analyzed in detail, and those lessons are quickly incorporated into updated design standards, operating procedures, and responder training. That continuous improvement cycle is a core feature of this industry. Energy storage in Texas has grown rapidly and now plays a critical role in maintaining grid reliability, particularly during peak demand and extreme weather, and will provide those seeking to develop business in Texas with the reliability their industries need. Now with common sense safety regulations, the baseline, Texas will continue to lead the industry in the deployment of safer energy storage and help drive industry best practice. We remain committed to working with you, Chairman King, with the legislature, and with local communities to ensure this remains the case and Texas continues to position itself as industry leader into the future. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Nick. Jason, we'll go to you. Just for the record, state your name, who you represent, proceed with your comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman King. Jason Ryan, Executive Vice President at CenterPoint Energy. Thank you for the time today to talk about this topic. I'll mention first, we've talked about Houston's growth before, and there's not enough power in Houston to power Houston, meaning there's not enough local generation in Houston to meet customer demands. That's why we bring it in from other areas of the state on transmission lines. But the good news is that we have between 8 and 9 gigawatts of power in our interconnection queue in Houston. The majority of that is solar with batteries. And so we look forward to working with those companies to bring those projects to life, because in order to accommodate the growth that we've talked about before, we need more generation in Houston to power Houston as we continue to build transmission lines to bring more in. Let me change my focus a little bit to address batteries on the distribution system. This committee worked hard on a lot of legislation last session to streamline the process for us to interconnect smaller batteries at people's homes and businesses. And as that process became more efficient, for example, not requiring municipal permits for those devices, we suddenly saw our processes as the long pole in the tent that was making the whole installation process less efficient. So we worked with the various battery companies that are active in the Houston market and came up with a more efficient process where we let their electricians pull our meter, do the battery install, and put the meter back on, as opposed to us rolling a truck twice before that, once before the battery installation is done and then once after the battery installation is done. Sometimes that was causing outages overnight before we could get back out there, and so it wasn't a great customer experience. We've revised our process in response to your legislation making things more efficient. We made our process more efficient too, so wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Judd, for the record, state your name, who you represent, and then proceed.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members, thanks for having me. Judd Messer, Advanced Power Alliance. We represent developers, owners, and operators in power projects across ERCOT and SPP and the Southeast, including grid-scale batteries. Battery energy storage systems in Texas, as you all know, of course, have seen enormous growth in the last 5 years. Almost the entire fleet of 19,000 megawatts has been built during that time, making Texas now the national leader, obviously providing benefits in grid stability and also providing lower cost power in periods of higher demand, taking a measurable amount of strain off the Texas grid. Obviously, here today, we're talking about regulations, how we build them, how we operate them safely, and how we can continue to do that as the technology grows. And I would say in the most recent legislative session, this committee particularly, but the legislature as a whole, made measurable progress on that from an environmental stewardship standpoint and also public safety. I know we want to talk mostly about safety, but I was also asked to talk about a couple other bills, so I'll touch briefly on safety, and I know Mark will dig into it a little deeper. We've talked about you heard on the last panel and a little bit here about House Bill 3824, your bill, Chairman King, establishing comprehensive fire safety standards, including nationally recognized standards from NFPA and UL. Emergency response planning, third-party inspections, first responder training, and those rules are currently underway. I would note on that point that there's pretty extensive research from, or analysis from the Electric Power Research Institute, which is kind of an authoritative body on BESS failure incidents, that when issues do occur at battery facilities, they are most often tied to improper integration, putting the components together at the facility, or construction of the facility itself, not the battery chemistry. And that definitely supports the approach that you took in your bill around inspection, safety standards, and ongoing compliance year over year, including with first responders. It was mentioned on the prior panel that the standard by which you respond to one of these changes annually. And of course, your bill requires the developer to provide training to the local first responder on an annual basis. There was also action on environmental stewardship, something that I know you touched on at the previous hearing. Chairman Darby had the House Bill 3809, which put battery facilities in line with wind and solar, establishing strict standards for decommissioning, recycling, associated financial assurance. And then there were two bills by Chairman Lambert last session. One was mentioned earlier. One was House Bill 3228, which revises the decommissioning standards for wind and solar. I bring that up today because if you have a co-located battery, that would be covered by your wind or solar decommissioning statute. And so Chairman Lambert updated that to make sure that those recycling and the costs that are associated with that are extended to co-located batteries. And then 3229, which was mentioned by TCEQ earlier, that holds the recyclers to a similar standards with respect to financial assurance. They'll have to make annual reports, and that rulemaking, as you heard, is kind of going through the process. One additional note on TCEQ. Throughout 2024, in response to a bill that this legislature passed They provided a comprehensive report prior to the last session on the environmental impacts of solar, wind, and storage. Every bill that we're talking about here today on this charge was informed by those discussions and the results of that report. Notably, even prior to passage of those bills, which certainly we all support, the TCEQ had a finding that said there is an established regulatory framework in Texas to manage any environmental impacts from these facilities. I'll just end by saying that we believe the strategy that you took, particularly in the safety bill and others, I think almost all those bills received unanimous support. They strike a good balance. It's make sure that we're, pushing forward environmental stewardship and public safety and protecting our communities. They also allow the developer, the community, the landowner, whoever is involved in these projects, some investment certainty that hopefully will continue to contribute to good actors continually to drive growth in the technology across the state, which of course has led to greater grid reliability, lower costs, and some meaningful local benefits. I'll end with that and say I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much. Mark?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Mark Stover. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Solar and Storage Association. TSSA is the statewide association dedicated to the expansion of solar power and energy storage technologies in Texas. Our members develop, install, and operate solar and storage systems from the home to the grid, serving wholesale and retail markets. Our members are responsible for roughly 60% of the solar and storage capacity in Texas. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today and appreciate the committee's work on electric power industry issues. I think, though, Judd and I compared notes before this hearing. I'm going to have to change the name of my association to the AA TSSA so I can go before Judd next time. A lot of what I got to say here is going to be a little bit repetitive, so I apologize for that. But as you know, energy storage is the fastest growing generation technology in Texas. Presently, there are over 17,000 megawatts of battery storage capacity operating in ERCOT. Battery storage is a safe, flexible, and scalable, dispatchable power source. Energy storage serves a variety of functions, including grid stability services, and often provides now 10 to 15% of the grid's power on a daily basis, typically in the early morning or late afternoon and early evening timeframe. Energy storage projects, as has been said, are increasing grid reliability and helping to drive power price affordability. Storage projects are also generating significant economic benefits across Texas, such as new local tax revenue, as well as multi-generational income for Texas landowners. As has been mentioned, the legislature adopted HB 3824 last session, Chairman King's fire safety bill, also adopted 3809, Chairman Darby's decommissioning bill. Judd also talked about Representative Lambert's solar recycling bills. And I do want to emphasize what Judd said. I think it is important to note that these bills address the recommendations of TCEQ during its comprehensive life cycle analysis of solar, battery storage, and wind power generation technologies during the 2024 interim. The fire safety, decommissioning, and recycling bills were priority bills for my association, and we were pleased to see that they enjoyed overwhelming bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. We believe that these bills were thoughtful, sound public policy measures that are designed to protect landowners and communities while ensuring the growth of generation technologies that are helping to power Texas. I'm going to spend most of my time here talking about 3824. In short, Chairman King's fire safety bill ensures that battery storage projects in every county in Texas are designed, installed, and operate under the most recent and strongest fire safety standards and certifications, the same standards that are applied by the Texas State Fire Marshal. As has been discussed, 3824 requires that battery technology is UL certified and that project owners are following NFPA 855. It also requires that the project-specific emergency operations plans are submitted to local first responders prior to operations, the Texas Department of Insurance, as well as the Public Utility Commission of Texas. The bill also requires pre- and post-operations education and training with local first responders. And for communities that want assistance in reviewing projects, independent third-party firms are available at the expense of the project owner to assist those communities. And lastly, projects are inspected every 3 years at the cost of the project to ensure compliance with the law. In closing, HB 3824 puts Texas in an excellent position to ensure that communities, landowners, and first responders are protected while allowing the growth of a technology that is vital to the success of the Texas power grid and to economic development across Texas. Appreciate your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank for all your testimony. Members, are questions of the panel? Mr. Darby?
I guess I just have one. Mark, you heard the questions that I had of Chief Knight. About the same standard for 20 megawatt hour facility versus the 1 megawatt. Do you agree that those similar or exact standards should apply even to the smaller?
Yeah, the bill applies to 1 megawatt hour or above projects, whether they're connected at the transmission level or the distribution level. That is something that industry supported during the legislative debate. We think that's good public policy.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I think one of you noted the proliferation of batteries throughout the state. Quite a few have come online. They've been one of the things that saved our grid and got us to absorb the new load that we've been seeing on the electric system. Has there been any correlation between incidents and that proliferation of batteries? In other words, are we aware, despite the fact that we've had this wave of batteries, are we aware of any incident where there has been a fire at a battery?
Judd Messer, Advanced Power Alliance. Representative Anchia, I'm not aware of any Texas-based fire incidents from BEST despite the growth. Nothing is foolproof. I think the reason Chairman King probably thought it was necessary to file the bill and push it was because there's a concern that it could happen in the future. But I'm not aware of any at this time from the proliferation. That I cited some research from EPRI in my testimony as well, and I believe it was EPRI, and we can get this to the committee and share it with you, but from, say, 2012 to 2024, I think were the years, there was like 25,000% growth in installed battery capacity in the United States, and the rate of failure incidents, and failure does not necessarily mean fire, but it could mean an operational failure. So just failure incidents generally went down like 99% despite that growth. So I would say that the technology is proving itself to be both reliable and safe, and I think the developers and the technology is evolving to support that and support any issues that pop up along the way.
Also sounds to me like the chairman's bill is working.
Yeah. Any other questions, members of the panel? No? Well, I'd just like to say, do you really like the bill, or is it just because this is state affairs and you just feel obligated to tell us?
Nick Warner with Lisa. I really like the bill. Not only does it call for compliance very clearly with NFPA 855, there's a handful of other requirements that we have long viewed as best practice for the industry that are not part of the fire code, that are being explicitly mandated versus kind of implicitly like, boy, it'd be great if you do this, but nobody's holding anyone's feet to the fire. So in particular, the periodic inspections of the systems, requirements to revise the price of financial surety for disposal of the systems, requirements that both the HMA and the Emergency Operations Plan look at community hazards beyond the site are all outside the current peer review of NFPA 855 that are required in the legislation. So I really like it, and legitimately we point to Texas for a lot of reasons as kind of the leader of where the from a regulatory perspective, how things are going. I think too, the fact you continue to empower communities to review these systems and let them make that decision is really important for the future of the industry as well, compared to how it's going in some other states right now.
Well, I think, you know, and when we were passing the bill and working on it, there was not a huge incident. You know, there's not a huge list of incidents that have happened, but the ones that have happened, battery fires can be catastrophic. They're different than any other fires. And as many of them as are there in solar facilities, wind facilities, and on the heels of Smokehouse Creek fire, a battery fire in a 60-mile-an-hour wind would be a really, really bad day for my folks. So that was kind of the purpose of the bill, and it did get a wide range of support from everybody, so I'm glad it's working out. Members, other questions of this panel? Seeing none, thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now moving on to public testimony. We have 4 signed up for public testimony. We're going to call them all up at once. Chair calls Cyrus Reed, Michael Wheeler, Larry Lennon Schmidt, Kenneth Flippen. All right, record shows you are Cyrus Reed, Legislative and Conservation Director, although you are conservative, of the Sierra Club Lone Star Chapter. Is that correct, other than the conservative comment?
That is correct, and on this issue, I am conservative. Should I go ahead and speak?
Yep,
Okay.
let her hit your button. You're on the
I am
clock.
conservative because we have a resource that doesn't create emissions, uses little or no water use, and helps with the reliability, and is becoming an important part of our grid. But with that growth, we need to make sure it's safe. And so we were very supportive of 3824, the bill, and I would point out that bill does allow the fire marshal and the Department of Insurance to continually upgrade those standards as we go forward. We were also supportive of HB 3809, which are the requirements on financial assurance. Sometimes I wish oil and gas had the same level of financial assurance, but also the Lambert bills on recycling. All of those are important. That being said, just as in data centers, there are folks out there who are concerned about battery storage. So I think it is incumbent on all of us to make sure the information is out there, that there is enforcement, that there is education, that the local fire departments are trained. It's very important because if these electric storage facilities are now at sometimes providing 15 to 20% of our power, at least in a single instant, we need to make sure they're doing their job and they're safe. The two things, my two suggestions are, one, we really do want industry to be proactive, especially those facilities that may have been built before these standards. Make sure the public knows what standards they're meeting. I think that's very important. They can do that on their websites or through other means. And then, you know, in general, the bills that were passed provide state standards, and so cities and counties are expected to follow those state standards, but not necessarily go beyond them, but making sure they have the training. But there are areas where we do believe counties need more land use authority, not necessarily on fire, but on things like floods. There may be some areas of the states where it wouldn't make sense to put a battery storage facility, so making sure counties have some authority on land use regulations.
Thank you, Cyrus.
Would be
Appreciate it.
important. And it's in my written testimony, the back of the other.
Thank you very much
part.
for that
Thank you so much.
testimony. Members, are questions of Mr. Reed? I see none. Michael Wheeler?
Yes, sir.
I would show Michael Wheeler, you're testifying on behalf of yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you for letting us have the ability to speak today. My name is Michael Wheeler. I live in Boerne, Texas. I recently ran an unsuccessful campaign for Congressional District 21. Battery storage was the #1 or #2 issue throughout the Texas Hill Country where I'm from. They are very concerned about these facilities going up. Where I'm from in Kendall County, we had pretty recently a successful fight against these battery storages and pushed them out. We thank you for the bill and what you've done so far, but the amount of growth that we heard in the previous session that's happening, Our state has backed us into a corner. Most of that, if not 100% of that new growth, is coming from green energy. Without battery storage, this does not work. Battery storages are going to be going up in the thousands, and if we have 1 to 2% failure rate, that's, if say we have 1,000, that's 20 failures in Texas. I don't think we want that. Look at, do yourself a favor, go and Google Moss Landing in California and see how catastrophic it is. Imagine 20 Palestine, Ohio's situations happening here in Texas. It cannot happen, and we just ask for more boots on the ground to make sure that rural Texas is protected. The growth in energy power that's happening in Texas seems to be on the backs of rural Texas, and these transmission lines that are going through is another huge factor. The only reason they're happening and destroying our countryside in the hill country is because of these battery or energy storage systems, and we just plead with you in the next session to continue to put forth regulations that protect us.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Members or questions of this witness?
Just can't
Oh,
let that
Mr.
go.
Darby.
Thank you. The only reason, is your testimony, the only reason we're needing transmission is because of battery storage?
No, those large 150 to 200 feet high transmissions that's going through all through the hill country, green energy is one of the main reasons why those are happening. If it was just natural gas or nuclear, we would not need the bandwidth to be able to service that battery storage and the green energy. Yes, sir.
You may not be aware, but there have been studies which show that we need to bring transmission capability to the Permian Basin for the reliability, to add for distributed electricity to that industry, mostly in the Permian Basin, certainly in the Delaware Basin. This is long before this discussion on batteries, the green energy discussion. We need to upgrade our transmission spine here in Texas regardless of batteries. And so I strongly disagree with your messaging that the only reason we're having transmission needs in this state is because of batteries.
Yes, sir, I didn't say only reason, but the size, if you do the research, the size of these transmission lines are going in, the main reason it's the size of them. This isn't against having transmission. I understand the need for growth, but the reason for the size of them is because of the inability of green energy to provide continuous service.
I hesitate to get in an argument in front of all these people and take so much time, but you need to rethink or re-examine your research with regard to why we need these 765 kV lines.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Thank you. Okay, members, other questions of the witness? Seeing none, we will move on. Larry Glendon Smith. We'll
Thank you,
show
Mr.
you're
Chairman.
Larry Glendon Smith. You're testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman King, distinguished members, I'm Larry Lennon Schmidt, speaking as an individual. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about a critical component of the ERCOT grid. I'm a theologically conservative Christian and a politically conservative voter. I lead a faith-based nonprofit, the Hill Country Institute. As Pablo Vegas has noted, BESS is a vital component for the ERCOT grid. Governor Abbott, in his publicity about how great the energy market is in Texas, notes that utility-scale battery storage in Texas is leading the states of the U.S. We're number one. BESS has been called the Swiss Army knife of the electric grid because it does so much. It helps keep the lights on. It keeps the costs down for Texans. It is safe, reliable, resilient, and cost-effective and a major part of our grid. BESS provides income to landowners and school districts. It helps to reduce ancillary costs. It levels out the generation of wind and solar. It also is helpful when thermal plants trip offline due to extreme weather and during routine maintenance. BESS has no emissions and no impact on groundwater. I want to thank all of you for your leadership in passing key BESS legislation in Texas. The bills have been discussed, but I just want to mention them again. House Bill 3824 requires the adoption of fire safety standards through NFPA and the Underwriters Lab. The bill also mandates emergency plans be approved through the Texas State Fire Marshal. House Bill 3809 establishes requirements for BESS facilities for full financial assurance for facility decommissioning, land restoration, recycling, and disposal. House Bill 3229 requires recyclers to post full financial assurance to cover the cost of recycling and disposal. And I don't know if the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act has been mentioned today, but it prohibits contracts with companies linked to adversarial nations, you might read China and others with them, that would grant them direct or indirect access to critical infrastructure. I'm hopeful we can double our BESS capabilities in the next few years. I ask you to consider ways to encourage the development of BESS in Texas. BESS is an important part of the solution to rapid load growth. Thank you again for your important work to facilitate BESS in Texas and for this opportunity to address you today.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of the witness? I see none. Thank you for being here. Kenneth Flippen. The record shows you're Kenneth Flippen. You're testifying on behalf of U.S. Green Building Council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
All right, thank you. So much has been said that I just would reiterate, but I think it's valuable sometimes to clarify some misinformation that comes out about a lot of things. And this happened in the legislative session last time about a lot of things. It's not surprising that it also happens in political campaigns. We think the bill was basically as well designed as it could be. We're glad to have given some input. We think that because it modifies and changes over time, that makes a lot of sense. There is a lot of misinformation, especially about, like, for example, a 1 or 2% fail rate. Well, failure is different than blowing up, and 1 to 2% is really high when we know it's a fraction of that. And so it's those kind of information, the same kind of information about why we need the capacity for load growth. It's complicated, right? Batteries are such an excellent solution. And I would add to that, when we had before utilities saying we need growth and that will lower prices. Well, that's not necessarily a causation, right? Like, it can maybe cause lower prices, but it depends how you do it. If we invested in the lowest cost energy, which y'all will remember what I always say that is, energy efficiency, then we would definitely find that that's the lowest cost way to grow energy to make it cheaper for everybody else. And batteries are an important piece of that, especially as we get down to that 1 megawatt scale, the local scale, where individuals become not only resilient users of the energy grid, but they're able to sell it back. And again, it gives the capacity to enjoy the capitalistic market from the individual perspective. And batteries are giving that power to individuals. And so I just encourage us to listen to the information and not the misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flippen, for your testimony. Members, are questions of the witness? I see none. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. All right, members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, committee stands adjourned. Subject call to the chair.